Meeting to order. It is now 6:00 p.m. on the dot. I'd like to welcome those of you that are participating in the Board of Education meeting in person and those of you that are watching via the live streaming on YouTube. I would like to ask that anyone addressing the board please use the microphone at the podium to identify themselves for the record. And as a reminder, a link to the meeting is on the district webpage under the Board of Education. The streaming will run through the end of the meeting. And in the event that there is a disruption in the audio portion, I will pause the meeting until that is reestablished. We have everybody in attendance today. So Dr. Elder, would you please announce the meeting for me?
Yes, Madam Chair, this meeting has been announced in accordance with the Open Meetings Resolution and is a legally constituted meeting of the Los Lunas Schools Board of Education.
Thank you, Dr. Elder. Tonight we have two students here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Sienna Flores from Los Lunas Middle School and Marco Castro from Valencia Middle School. Dr. Elder, do you have some information on these students?
I do. I can't wait to tell you all about them. The pledge leader from Los Lunas Middle School is Sienna Flores. Sienna, do you want to come on up? And you can just stand like right in the middle, and we're going to talk about you for a minute. But you won't be by yourself for long because we're going to call up somebody else and talk about them too. Sienna is an 8th grade student at Los Lunas Middle School and an enrolled tribal member of Isleta Pueblo. She is the daughter of Anthony and Alicia Flores and eldest sister to two brothers, Anthony and Braden. Sienna is an honor student and a leader of the Los Lunas Middle School Renaissance Club. She has also participated in volleyball and served as team captain for the basketball and softball teams. She enjoys spending time with her family and friends, as well as riding her horses and enjoying outdoor activities. Sienna has enjoyed her time at Los Lunas Middle School by thriving in athletics and academics. She is ready to take the next steps in her academic and athletic journey to Los Lunas High School in the fall. We're very proud of you, Sienna. Thank you for being here with me. Marco Castro, come on up and keep Sienna company. Thank you, Marco. Valencia Middle School is proud to announce Marco Castro as the pledge leader for this evening's board meeting. He is a valuable member of our community enhanced learning program. Marco comes to school each day with a positive attitude and willingness to learn all he can. He loves to make the people around him laugh with his witty comments. Marco has a passion for learning about dinosaurs and can name many different dinosaurs and tell you facts about them. His hard work earned him a field trip to urban air with our students that have a 4.0 grade point average. He recently participated in the first annual Los Lunas Schools Special Olympics event. Marco was such a team player during the basketball event and showed off his running and cornhole skills. Marco works hard every day to be the best student he can be. He is a shining light to everyone around him. He was nominated as Student of the Year in the classroom. Marco shines his Jaguar pride every single day at VMS, and we are so lucky to have him.
So let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Yeah. And two. One page.
This, we have a little something for you with you. Come on up real quick. If you want to start here with Mr. Smith, and then we'll give flag. Thank you.
Unless you want one of these.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
We also got this for you. Thank you very much for being here tonight. We're on item 4, which is approval of agenda. Dr. Elder, are there any changes or deletions to the agenda at this time?
Yes, Madam President, I would ask to pull item 18G3, just right readers from the agenda this time.
18B,
D3. Yes, ma'am.
so we'll be removing D, approval of purchases. D3, just right readers for classroom books, pre-K, fifth grade learning innovations, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Elder. Are there any other changes to the agenda by any board members at this time?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to remove 14A. And that's analysts installing metal detectors for the middle and high schools. We need a little bit more information, get some more information on that. And I'd like to be able to get scheduled out on our next regular meeting.
Do you want me to just go ahead and plan it right away for our June meeting, regular meeting?
Yes, please.
So Mr. Bennett had brought forth a request for information on metal detectors at the middle school and high schools. We're going to be removing that from the agenda this evening. That's 14A. Do any other board members have suggestions for items they brought forward? So with the two changes being brought forward, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
I'm looking at the agenda.
I have a motion by Mr. Bennett. Can I get a second on the agenda?
Second.
I got a second by Mr. Vickers. Any discussion on the agenda or the removed items of the agenda? Not hearing any, then I'm going to call for the vote on the approval of the agenda. Mr. Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And I too vote yes. Agenda is accepted. As announced and posted in accordance with the New Mexico Meetings Act, item 6, report on the closed session, the Las Lunas School Board of Education open meetings resolution. A quorum of the Las Lunas School Board of Education participated in a closed executive session on May 23rd, 2023, beginning at 5 p.m. The purpose of this closed executive session was for the discussion regarding possible acquisition or purchase of real property, specifically discussion regarding possible acquisition of property for district use. This is permitted under section 1015(1)(h)(8) of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. No action was taken, nor were other topics discussed. That brings us to item number 6 of the agenda, which are recognitions. Dr. Elder, I'm going to turn this over to you for the honorees to come up and be recognized.
My pleasure, Madam President. I'd like to call up Stephen Alderete and David Perea. That way you don't have to stand up there by yourself. And they're administrators as well. So on behalf of Los Lunas Middle School, I'm going to just read David Perea's, Stephen Alderete's information just to honor him, even though he's not here. Los Lunas Middle School is proud to present Stephen Alderete. He is an 8th grade student at Los Lunas Middle School. He is the son of Stephen and Tammy Alderete. Stephen has 2 older sisters and a younger brother. He is an honor student and a team leader. From the first day of middle school, Stephen has always wanted to be a good student. According to his teachers, he would say, learn as much as you can, always be willing to learn everything, and strive to be and do the best you can. Stephen focuses on maintaining excellent grades, punctual attendance, and a positive attitude. He is involved in extracurricular activities, including volleyball manager, softball manager, teacher and office aide, student council, band, the PAL program, and a dedicated member of the Renaissance team. Stephen loves to play volleyball and enjoys PE and donates his time for community service. He is the epitome of a person who goes above and beyond, and we are proud to be able to recognize him in absentee. Let's hear it. And now we have David Perea from Valencia Middle School. David is a 7th grade student. He is a hard worker, kind, a great helper with his peers, respectful, and does everything he can to achieve his goals. He is great in money math and is working hard on expanding vocabulary. David is the son of Sandra Perea. He lives with his mom, his grandma Hortensia, and his 2 brothers, Jonathan and Dominic. David loves to play outside with toy cars and loves playing basketball. Every lunch hour, he's on the court playing basketball with other students. David also helps his mom with house chores like washing dishes, sweeping, and cleaning his room. David's favorite activities to do at home are riding his 4-wheeler, playing with his PS5, and honing his basketball skills. David recently was able to attend the VMS trip to Urban Air, celebrating his 4.0 in academic excellence. David is also a student athlete competing for VMS in the Special Olympics. He participated in the 100-meter relay, cornhole, and basketball. David was the MVP of the team, scoring 8 points out of 18, which included 2 3-pointers and a 2-pointer. David is a great ambassador for the Valencia Middle School Jaguars, and we're proud of his accomplishments and the young man that he is. Congratulations, David.
All right, we have a certificate for you if you want to start at this end so we can congratulate you, Mr. Alvete and Mr.
Congratulations, David. So this is David.
Right. Congratulations, David. Good job. There's some stuff too, but on some extras. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen, where
I don't believe so.
Just, that's if you'll provide it on the board. Thank you very much. That's going to bring us to item B. Under recognitions, the New Mexico School Board of Education and the Los Lunas Board of Education had a Student Achievement Awards. This is mine to read, right, Dr. Elder? Okay, or did you want to read it?
Either way.
Okay. The New Mexico School Board Association has announced the recipients of the 2023 Excellence in Student Achievement Awards. The awards are sponsored by the New Mexico School Board Association, are presented to individuals who have played an important role in improving student achievement within their local school district. The 2023 recipients for the Los Lunas schools are 3 individuals who each served the district with distinction during their tenure with the district. Our 3 recipients were Dr. Arsenio Romero, who could not be present tonight and will be awarded his award. But we do have in the audience Mrs. Claire Simmons. If you'll come forward, Mrs. Simmons, we'd like to provide you with a plaque, please. All right, and we also have the award for Mr. Lawrence Sosa, who could also not be present tonight. So I'm going to give his award to middle school assistant principal. If he will present it on behalf of the board, we would appreciate that. And it's also the award of achievement. Thank you very much. And Mr. Sosa is not present, but thank you, Mr. Chavez, for doing that for us. That brings us to item 7 on the agenda, which is going to be presentation, bond sale and election update. Mr. Eric Harrington, I believe, is present. Good evening, sir. He's with RBC Capital and Art Melendres and Module Sperling Bond Council. Go go ahead and introduce yourself, sir, and I'll let you have your presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent. Eric Harrigan with RBC Capital Markets. I did speak with Art Melendres. He is not going to be able to make it tonight, but he'll be at the next meeting. It'll be kind of his show next meeting anyways, because he'll be presenting all the documents. So the presentation that I'm going to talk to you about today is going to cover a couple of topics. One will be the issuance of the last series of bonds that were authorized by voters back in 2019. And then we'll also talk about the upcoming election this November, where the district will need to have a GO bond question, an SB 9 and an HB 33 mill levy. All of those questions will continue the programs that the district has had in place for a long time now, and will just continue the existing tax rates that the district has had in place. So if you go on to page 1 of the presentation, we do provide a history of the district's assessed valuation. This is important because it does several things. It determines what the total bonding capacity for the district is. And the faster your tax base grows, the quicker you're able to retire debt and create more capacity in the future. We'll talk a little bit about how your GO bond capacity is going to be going up a little bit due to the strong growth in your tax base. Your tax base this previous year grew just over 6%. Home values can continue to remain very strong all over the state, and so we continue to expect reasonably strong growth in your tax base over the next couple of years. On page 2 of the presentation, these are your tax rates as I mentioned. The questions that will be going to voters that you will be considering at your next meeting will continue to we'll just continue these existing tax rates, your SB 9 mill levy, your HB 33, and your GO bond tax rate. On page 3 of the presentation, so your debt capacity is capped at 6% of your assessed valuation. You can't issue more than that. For growth assumptions, we assume 3%, which is fairly conservative. But if you look at your 10-15 year average of your tax base growth, it is right around is a little over 3%. But as you can see down on the bottom of the presentation, the total amount of debt that the district can have legally outstanding when you go to issue the bonds is 65 million, less your current debt, which is 37 million, and the addition of the last issuance of bonds of 11 million. You'll have about 16 million of available capacity. You'll be about 75% bought into capacity. So from an election timing standpoint, on page 4 of the presentation, so 4 years ago, voters authorized 22 million to be sold over a 4-year period. 11 million of that has been sold to date, with the remaining to be sold later this year. We sell those bonds with a 13-year maturity. State law allows up to 20. But we try to have as short of maturity as possible to limit the total interest impact to the district. And then for the 23 GO bond election, we're recommending 24 million, up from 22 million from 2019. Again, this is really due to the strong growth that the district has experienced in its tax base over the last few years. And then, as well as I mentioned, HB 33 and SB 9, both of those were approved by voters in February of 2018. The district would need to go back this November to continue those mill levies because of the change that occurred in state law to the election law a few years ago. It requires that you go to the November election without having to hold a special all mail-in ballot election. So at your next meeting, there will be an election resolution that will include all 3 questions that the board for the board's consideration. On page 5 of the presentation, this is all of the district's outstanding debt. As you can see, your debt declines fairly rapidly. And that's what allows you to go back to voters every 4 years to continue to maintain that level debt service tax rate that the district has had in for a very long time. There are also a number of bonds that are currently callable, but you don't have the while you do have the ability, it doesn't provide any financial benefit for you to refund, or refunding is a term that we use, but it's more like refinancing your mortgage, if you will. Short-term rates are very, very high, as we all know from what the Federal Reserve has been doing. Refunding these bonds to try to achieve a lower interest rate is just not possible in the current market environment, but we continue to always monitor those if that's a possibility. So on the following page, on page 6 of the presentation, we have a time schedule. This covers a number of things, but at your June 20th meeting, there will be several items that will be before you. As I mentioned, there will be the election resolution, which has the seats that will be up for re-election, the 3 questions that will also be on the ballot. And in addition, the board will be asked to approve and authorize the sale of the last 11 million of general obligation bonds through the New Mexico Finance Authority. And this is a process that the district has used for the last couple of times, and provides the lowest interest cost to the district versus going to the public markets. Because of the size of the transactions, 11 million, the New Mexico Finance Authority does issue these on a simultaneous basis. So the Finance Authority will actually price their bonds in September. This is in and around when the district normally issues its bonds anyways. The bonds would close in October, and that's when the district will have those funds available to expend on the projects. We have a whole bunch of slides on the market. I will not go through them. I will just kind of at a very high level say that, while rates are up from last year, over the last couple of years, we've seen really kind of historically low interest rates. Last year, the Federal Reserve started raising the overnight lending rate to really try to combat inflation. It appears to somewhat be working as inflation has come down when you look at the core numbers a little bit. But when you look back kind of historically, though, rates are still, quite attractive if you take the pandemic out, just because that would really, fueled with a lot of government stimulus, really pushed rates ultra low. Anyway, we anticipate that, rates will stay in and around their current level as they are today. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the process, the bonds, the election, the questions, so on and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Harrigan. All right, board members, questions. We'll start on this end. Mr. Smith, any?
None.
Mr. Bennett. All right. Mr. Vickers, any questions? Nope. And Mr. Hedon?
No.
Nope. All right. So, Mr. Harrigan, what we should expect and have on the agenda at the next setting are the actual questions. You said approval by the board to accept those. Are you going to provide those to us prior to review so that we know what the question is and we can look at it before we call vote? I'm assuming you'd have it ready by our agenda.
Yep, Madam President, members of the board, superintendent, yes, that is correct. Art Melendres with the Model Law Firm, he is drafting those documents, and he'll have those in advance so that the district will be able to review those before the board meeting.
Okay.
Because they are rather lengthy documents.
All right. And then, of course, your law firm will take care of getting all those documents to the county or the state, whoever runs the election, and
That is
you do that
correct.
whole process for us. Okay.
Yep, Art will file those with the county clerk. Good news is we're doing this well in advance. You have up until August 29th to file that with the county clerk. This will be well in advance. So once that has been signed and approved, they'll get that filed with the county clerk, and it will be on the ballot for November.
Take that back.
Go ahead, sir.
So what you will present to us on June 20th, will that include the exact wording that'll be on the ballot?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have an opportunity to just discuss those? The wording,
So, Madam President, and board members, so you can, but the questions are pretty much, pretty much straightforward out of a state law. And they're actually, very general, that basically just says, shall voters authorize the issuance of general obligation bonds in up to 24 million for the purposes of since I'm not the lawyer, I can't remember all the words, but construction, reconstruction, school buildings. Now there are a few additions to state law since the last time, such as teacher housing can be included in the question, which was not, as well as certain education technology can be included in the question, which was not for the prior election. That has since changed, but it is a very standard question for all three of those questions. It's basically comes straight out of what the state allows the question to have.
yeah, because I think people want to see exactly what the money is going to go to, and we should be accurate with that, and so it's clear what we intend to spend money.
Madam President, board members, it's a very good point. It's an excellent idea. And so what we recommend is that while the question is quite broad under state law, as you communicate with voters, typically put together a little pamphlet that talks about the exact projects that will be completed with the bonds. So there's a lot of communication with the public on what the monies will be used for, not only for your general obligation bond, but for your HB 33 and your SB 9, as well as the projects that have been completed with those funds in the past.
So we'll make sure that you're on the agenda for the 20th, and then looking at your time schedule, you'll be back to see us in October with what the refunding sales were for that last sale. Correct?
Madam President, that is correct.
Okay. Anybody else on questions for Mr. Harrington? Harrigan, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
No. Well, Mr. Harrigan, it looks like you're off the hook pretty easy, and I guess we'll be expecting to see Mr. Melendres at the next setting. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you.
So I believe that brings us to item number 8, which is the public comment. The board welcomes public input and utilizes this portion of the agenda to listen to individuals who have requested to address the board regarding items on the agenda in accordance with board policy. I believe we have, Dr. Elder, how many? Two individuals. By completing your paperwork, your signature indicates to us that you have read and understood the guidelines for addressing an item. During the Los Lunas School Board meeting, you have agreed to make no slanderous public utterances and realize that your statements will become public record. You have agreed that you will not discuss personnel issues or issues relating to specific students in public, but instead will request a special executive session if you have such items to discuss. At this time, we're going to start with Mr. Talley. Mr. Talley, if you'll come forward to the podium, introduce yourself for the record, please. And you have 5 minutes, which will start as soon as you start. Thank you, sir.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Elder, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to have public comment this evening. My name is Justin Talley. I'm a community member, and I also have various children that attend various schools here in the district. I'm grateful for this. I see that public comment is in accordance with policy B-2150, which no longer limits us to items that are on the agenda. It also, it's interesting if you read that, It allows just about any type of comment that you would like to make, including I can address the board and ask questions, and if they feel inclined, they can respond. So some of those things that you read are no longer in accordance with what the policy actually states today, which is also interesting because for so long, the board fought against adopting a policy that would allow open public comment for a very long time. I was silenced. I know board member Smith was silenced on it. I know there was a whole bunch of discussion and a long time debating this, keeping this, you know, from happening. And now all of a sudden we adopt a policy, which I'm grateful for, that allows open public comment. And with keeping that in mind, a long time ago, I wanted to stand here and address the board concerning critical race theory and where it does not belong in our curriculum. And at that time, Superintendent Romero silenced me as I was following the process to get that item on the agenda. He denied it, and I was not allowed that opportunity. However, tonight, you will be voting on approval of social studies curriculum. Now, I believe there were two curriculums that were presented, both of which had strong critical race theory overtones and elements in them, which I don't think are consistent with the type of education that our students need. Now, you have the opportunity tonight to vote on one of those, or you could not approve either and go back and do some more research and find a more appropriate curriculum. So that is in your court tonight to do. Along with that, the board is discussing policies right now. It's a big thing. I know there's a committee to renew the policies, update them, make sure they're all in line with law, state law, and things like that. Across the nation, in high schools and in colleges, there has been a strong contention among transgender, gender identity, people with gender identity. I don't want to say problems, but you know, the social questions. And I think right now we have the opportunity as a board, you have the opportunity to make policy on how we are going to treat individuals with gender identity issues. I understand that any type of identity problem is difficult. I would assume every single one of us at some point have struggled with an identity issue of one sort or another. And I empathize with those who have struggled with gender identity. However, I don't believe that commingling restrooms and other facilities to support those with gender identity problems is acceptable. And right now, as you're developing policies, you could develop policies on how the board, how the district relates and deals with this topic. And I encourage you to do so. You know, a couple of years ago, I wanted to encourage the board to discuss how they would handle critical race theory and was not allowed that opportunity. And now we are seeing that it's very likely that the curriculum that we adopt will indeed include critical race theory. You have the opportunity now also, since you're developing policies, to take this under consideration and do it as best for our students and for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Talley. Next, for public comment, I have Mrs. Rindles. Mrs. Rindles, as I understand, you have two separate items you want to discuss. I'll have you come forward and I'll give you 5 minutes on each item. Five minutes on each item. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Elder, President Garcia, and members of the board. My name is Heather Rindles, and I'm here to speak in regard to the discussion and possible action to open the position of Superintendent of Las Lunas Schools. When our previous superintendent was hired, the process was anything but transparent, and the major stakeholders were left out of the process. My hope is that the board will open the position of superintendent and will not conduct it the same way as before. If one of your goals is to build trust with the staff and the community, then you need to be transparent and include them in the process. In the past, a consultant has been hired and a committee has been formed that includes other stakeholders besides the board. There have also been meet and greets with the finalists, which gives the staff and community the opportunity to ask questions of the person that they will be potentially working with in the future. This allows all stakeholders to be part of the process. And in regard to the curriculum, I have reviewed the curriculum and not impressed with its content. It's full of stereotypes, political biases, partial truths, and has an overtone of anti-whiteness, but let's call it what it really is, racism. Here are a few examples from the grades 9 to 12 category. Savas learning. Number 1, white Americans have been historically reluctant to yield to non-white Americans a full and equal place in the social, economic, and political life of this nation. The white male-dominated power structure has also been slow to recognize the claims of women to an equal place in society. This statement is partially true. Was there racism? Yes, but that kind of racism does not exist today, and there's no longer a white male-dominated power structure. In regards to women, while we have made strides in finding an equal place in society, we now have men of all races pretending to be women and taking over women's spaces. But we're not allowed to talk about that. If women stand up for themselves, they end up being demonized. And according to lesson 9.3, they will be accused of discrimination. Number 2, Black Americans have been the victims of consistent and deliberate unjust treatment since colonial times. The statement is false. It promotes the idea that America is a racist country. Number 3, slavery, an American institution since colonial times. This statement is false. Slavery was occurring long before America was founded and is not part of American life today. It still occurs in places like North Korea and China and is condemned by the U.S. Constitution. Number 4, the BLM movement used some of the same methods of peaceful protest and nonviolent civil disobedience employed by Martin Luther King Jr. This statement is false. Has the definition of peaceful changed to burning down buildings, destroying Black-owned businesses, and blocking emergency responders from saving lives? Number 5, in regard to Alfred Kinsey, a biologist and zoologist who published reports on male and female sexuality related to the gay and lesbian community, it is stated that despite the fact that some criticized his research methods, his work had enormous influence. Why are we celebrating a pedophile that did unspeakable things to babies to justify his sick sexual fetishes? Number 6, in regard to the bathroom bills that have been discussed in state legislatures across the country, the teacher's guide instructs the teacher to explain that most of these laws would limit the choice of public bathrooms by transgender people. For example, requiring that people use only bathrooms designated for the sex that appears on their birth certificate, but that some bills, such as the one passed in California, increase access. This guided discussion insinuates that limits are bad and access is good. How will this affect a female student that states that she's uncomfortable with males being in her restroom? We all see how that is going in other parts of the country. And if you think that this isn't coming to a school district near you, you need to look up House Bill 134, which was signed into law on March 30th. McGraw-Hill. The curriculum presents the George Floyd incident as a racial issue when it was determined through trial that there was no evidence that it was a racist act. Information regarding Floyd's criminal status, drug use, and unruliness are left out of the content. The question posed at the end of the section asks, what is systemic racism? Which implies that there is, in fact, systemic racism, which is false. National Geographic. Number 1, in 2018, the Trump administration adopted a policy of separating undocumented children from their parents at the border. This measure was adopted to prevent parents from trying to enter the country. In this statement, nothing is mentioned that this was a preventative measure regarding the exploitation of children for human sex and drug trafficking. Number 2, people can shift their perception so that those who were once seen as them can become us. Building on this insight, scientists are working to create training tools that can alert people to their own unconscious biases and alter behavior. All district employees have had to take this type of online training, which has turned out to be racist and only supports one perspective. I am not here to discount the good things that our district is doing. I am proud to be a part of that, and I am proud to be a product of this district. But I feel the need to sound the alarm bell so we don't lose what we have. This curriculum is not about teaching multiple perspectives. It's about promoting a political agenda. We need to be teaching the truth. Our kids are being used as pawns in a politicized social experiment, so it's up to you as a board to create policy against these destructive ideas. No wonder we have so many kids with mental health issues. Society is lying to them and giving them mental whiplash, and we are being complicit. I firmly believe.
Okay, so I noticed when you started the second subject, it was 1 minute in. If you could start the timer for 1 more minute, I'll let Mrs. Rindles finish with 1
I
minute.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I firmly believe that the majority of our community and our teachers are not in agreement with being forced to teach this kind of material. But unfortunately, employees don't speak up because they're afraid of losing their jobs. Most students don't speak up because they don't want a target on their back, and parents don't speak up in order to protect their children. That is not the kind of environment that's conducive to helping our district thrive. Please take measures to keep this ideology from seeping into our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item on the agenda is going to be approval of consent items. So gentlemen, you have the consent items in front of you. What I need at this time is going to be a motion to approve consent items.
Ms. Garcia,
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
I motion that we approve all of the consent items with the exception of item number 18K, approval of agreement between Las Lunas Schools and UNM Valencia campus to provide certificate in automotive technology at Valencia High, school year 2023-2024. And item number 18N, approval of MOU between Las Lunas Schools and Village of Las Lunas, County of Valencia for 2023 recreation program. And item number 19B, approval of MOU, Western New Mexico University and Las Lunas Schools for continuation of agreement for student field experience.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So I have a motion on the consent items. I would need a second at this time.
I'll second that one.
Okay, so Mr. Smith made the motion. I'm going to go with Mr. Bennett, who was a bit quicker, Mr. Vickers. That would be on the consent items. Any discussion on that motion? Not hearing any discussion, then the consent items are all approved in number, except for the discussions that we will have on 18. I wrote it down, sorry. On 18K, approval of agreement, 18N, approval of MOU between Las Lunas Schools and Village of Las Lunas, and 19B, approval of MOU. With no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes,
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And I too vote yes, consent items are approved. That brings us to item number 11, which is going to be the superintendent report. I'll turn this over to Dr. Elder. Thank you, Dr. Elder.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. It's my pleasure this evening to welcome Los Lunas Middle School Assistant Principals Edric Chavez and Regina Cedios to give us a report on the progress of Los Lunas Middle School this year.
Well, good evening, Board President, Madam Garcia, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. Elder, those who are watching and those who are with us. Thank you so much to being here with us. We're here to represent our principal, Mr. Lawrence Sosa. I am the assistant principal, Regina Cedios, along with my co-worker here, Mr. Edric Chavez.
Right. At LMS, we have a few initiatives that we've been doing to support our 90-day plan. First off, the first one is utilizing the winning recipe for learning targets interactively and routinely within the classrooms to promote and improve student learning outcomes. And basically what this means is that we're trying to have our students and have our teachers understand, what they're doing, why they're doing it, and the how they're doing it. So I think that's a very important piece right there. The second bullet is the implementation of rigor framework to plan and reflect during collaboration within grade level meetings, reflection of the rigor framework during feedback sessions and after walkthroughs. Our collaboration in our communities of practice, our COPs, utilizing the SREB taxonomy of educational objectives and effective teaching practices. And finally, we have our focus goals, and this really comes from our district also, which is a rigorous and complete district curriculum in all core subjects. Accelerated tier 1 instruction in every classroom gives students the opportunity to meaningfully engage in grade level content, leadership development, and our all learner days, routinized technology, and SEL.
Our next component is academic improvement, which is student-centered. So in this area, we collaborate grade level COPs to review weekly, monthly, and semester progress in student learning to drive our instruction. We have extended learning time opportunities after school, which include our tutoring with our math, band, Native American club, Lego building, remote central car clubs, and so forth for our students. Student-centered project lead away is something that we give in class. It's initially a class that's modeling the design and starting the next year, they will be offering app creations and computer science. And last but not least, Native American program we have on site. Thank you to Ms. Tish Howard. Provides opportunities for Native American students to motivate students learning and provide Native American students with the academic support.
And then our last slide kind of works with how we communicate our goals to parents and our school community, basically. And we have an open house for students and families, and that's usually at the beginning of the year. The great thing that happened this year is that we were under construction for the last year and a half. So we were able to get our school community into our schools. They can see all the wonderful things that have happened in our schools. So it's a wonderful brand new campus at this point right now. So it's really, really nice right now. We have parent-teacher conferences to communicate with families, their students' classroom progress and current data. And we do that 2 times a year. That happens in October and in January. Okay, we have a variety of sports and activities at our school. Volleyball, football, basketball, wrestling, track and field, softball and baseball, band, student council. We have a Renaissance club, a Lego club, a remote race car club, and just something about our band students, you know, with Miss Cedillo, she did an amazing job with their students. You know, after COVID, I think she may have had, you know, maybe 20 to 30 students. We went to a band concert last Tuesday. There was probably over 78 students at that time. So it was really nice. So she's really brought the program back up. And finally, we have a communication with our family members using Remind, and we usually have weekly updates about things that are going on campus and on campus also. And that's the teachers are able to provide input for the students and the parents and the communication through that piece right there. So, and that concludes our presentation. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. All right, board members, any questions for Simms Middle School?
Mr.
Go ahead, Ms. Person. Go ahead, sir.
You know what I meant.
Go ahead.
So I want to commend both of you for stepping up and doing such a terrific job. I've heard that, you know, it's gone really, really well, and it's Las Tunas Middle School. I mean, if we say what it is, it's really, you guys have a tough job, and you guys stepped up and did a really good job, and I want to commend you both. I also want to commend Mr. Sosa for all the years that he put into this district and all of the hard work that he did. He unfortunately couldn't be here, but I want to make sure that he's recognized for everything that he's done. I've known him for many years, and he's done a good job, and I'm sure he's very, very proud of the work that you both have done. So I appreciate that. And I believe that's the only comment there.
Thank you.
Yeah, but my question was, is how's that after school ELT going? Do you have a pretty good show up, and are we providing transportation for those kids to get home?
Yeah, so we have basically it runs from Monday through Thursday. We have probably between 150 to 200 kids that are participating. You know, we do have transportation, we have snacks for the kids, things like that there. So it's been a really good outlet for our students to, you know, to be in school and to have fun and use that time productively there. So.
And do they also still provide snacks for them?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Nice, thank you. On this room, side of the room, Mr. Vickers,
Okay.
Mr. Hidon.
You mentioned you had 78 students last week participating in that concert,
In the band
those-
concert and after school program.
and that increased from how many before?
I would say between 20 and 30. That's where it's starting. I mean, she's really grown the program to great heights with that program.
You guys are something pat in the back with it. That's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
They had dessert, so forth, bringing that community in. It was really nice to see a lively grounds back. Yes, the commons area.
And I also want to thank Mr. Sosa for the time he put in and the job he did. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for working through a construction site for 2 years. I can't imagine that was easy. I don't know if everything is completely done, but you did mention your family night or your open house. Is that since everything is open, or have most of the parents been able to go through the campus and see it as far as You're aware?
At the beginning, it was a little bit closed off,
Okay.
but we were able to walk them through, we left a little bit more time for them to get to class. And then after that, we've had 2 parent-teacher conferences throughout the year where we've had people on campus and so forth. So it's been pretty nice. Some nice grounds.
So it's been nice to have it back.
Yes.
Very nice. Well, thank you for that. And again, also, thank you to Mr. Sosa for his time and effort in the construction zone and all the years he gave us at the school. So, and if you'll share that award, I also appreciate that. All right. So if there's no more questions, I think we're done. Thank you. Dr. Elder?
Next, Madam President, members of the board, I'm pleased to introduce Principal Joanne Carter and Assistant Principal Michaela Kaufman from Valencia Middle School for our last school presentation for this school year.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. Elder, the cabinet members, and everybody that came out tonight to our board meeting. Miss Karen, well, please don't kill me, but before we start, I would like to just introduce the adults that were here to support our CEL students here tonight. Our CEL class is very special to all of us. And we were a little worried because we couldn't find a teacher for our CEL class. So Mr. Justin McLaren, who had been subbing at Valencia Middle School last school year, stepped up to the plate and has been in that classroom working with our CEL students. I'd also like to recognize Jennifer Mendoza and Mary Lou Madrano and Ricky Villalobos, who isn't here tonight because she retired. But every day, they work so very hard to provide everything they can for our students. And so please, I'd like to just recognize them for a minute. All right, now on to stuff. So as we look at changes in our practice to support our 90-day plan at Valencia Middle School, we've really worked hard on designing well-constructed learning targets that are aligned to rigor and content of the standards, as well as what the student task is, what the activities that the kids are doing, and the assessment piece that's also involved. We have a school-wide emphasis on rigorous grade level tasks that require students to read and respond to grade level texts. That's through what we call our RACE rubric. Also, the observation and feedback cycles are done in a 2-week cycle where Ms. Kaufman and I collect and study key data points and then make actionable changes through those feedback sessions to affect student learning and positive student outcomes. The next slide that you'll see is the academic improvement that is student-centered. Our most recent walkthrough with and feedback observations with our teachers, the data shows that 80% of our teachers are spending more than 75% of daily class time on rigorous grade level content. This is key to ensuring that all students have exposure to our grade level content and to also accelerate that tier 1 learning in a classroom setting. Our focus on rigorous grade level tasks in which students read and respond in writing to complex tests has produced the following data and shows the following rates of average growth. Once again, this is based on our RACE rubrics, which every teacher at our site gives every 2 weeks. We do that rubric on a 2-week cycle. So in English language arts, we have seen a 7% increase. Math, 19% increase, social studies, 10% increase, science, 4.8% increase, and our elective classes, a 20% increase, and being able to show proficiency on those grade level tasks that they are given.
So for parent and family communication of goals, before the school year even began this past year, and we'll do it again this year, we have a Visit VMS registration day where our parents and students of incoming 7th graders and returning 8th graders get a chance to come pick up their schedules, take a tour of our campus, speak to some of our staff that come help and volunteer. It's a great opportunity for parents to not only see the staff that their students will be working with, but also to meet Ms. Carter and myself, and to do things at the beginning of the year that just have to be taken care of. Last year, we had over 300 students and their parents represented at that day before the school year started. In addition, we also have an open house, which was very well attended in person this year. We do quarterly parent Zoom meetings, Ms. Carter and I do, just to inform any changes or things that are coming up at our school site that parents need to be aware of, or if we're noticing certain trends with our students, and just want to make sure that parents are involved and know expectations as well as those upcoming things. We have student-led conferences. So on our district parent-teacher conference days, we have renamed them to be student-led conferences. Our students create goals based on their academic progress in their classrooms, as well as their interim assessment data. And then they share all of that information with their parents, either through Zoom or in person when they come to our site, so that our students are actually incredibly involved in their academic learning, and they're able to explain those goals and their progress to their parents. And then, of course, we also utilize the Remind app and we utilize Canvas for a variety of communications for our students and their families. And then last but not least, we ran out of room on some of the other pages. We didn't want it to look overcrowded. So we have pictures here of our amazing student athletes. We had many students who medaled in track. Our wrestling team placed at every meet they competed at this year. Our ELT programs of robotics and our mural class for art, our robotics team recently won, I believe, the best teamwork award at our bot ball competition that was hosted at Valencia High School. And then we also have our students who were honored for their Mesa sticker competitions. So, and then Officer Padilla down there with one of our students tying his tie for, I believe, football, one of his football games. So we'll stand for any questions at this time.
Thank you. All right, I'll start on this end. Mr. Smith, go ahead.
So I just want to commend both of you on all of your percentage increases. So that's pretty much everything you teach, though, when you're including the electives, right? So
Yes.
every single class available at Valencia Middle School showed improvement, and that's outstanding. It's a job well done. Especially in math, 19%, and that's a big deal. That's a big jump as well. So congratulations.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo that. That's great accomplishments there. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. And thank you.
And on this end, Mr. Vickers.
So I have a question on that rate of growth. That's what, year over year or from the beginning of the year? Or what is that?
So that's what calculated. It actually just focuses on this last semester. So we implemented a new strategy across our content areas that we call the RACE rubric, and it's specifically targeting those skills of being able to read, comprehend, and then respond to grade level text through writing. And so after putting some things in place, making some tweaks, that data reflects the growth that we saw from the very first one in January till the most recent one here, I believe at the end of April, beginning of May.
And those are done every 2 weeks. It's a 2-week cycle. And every student participates in every single areas.
And one other question, you said you had 300 students and their families that came to the registration day and all that stuff. What is your enrollment there?
Currently, our enrollment is 480.
480. Thank you.
Mr. Udon, go ahead.
Ms. Carter, I want to thank you for those increase in the numbers. Everything went north. And it doesn't surprise me because I remember hearing stories during COVID, and I won't talk about that. But thank you for that hard work. And thank you too up there. Because without you guys, those numbers would have been going that way. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, also thank you to the ones that you've identified, but I know your whole staff is amazing and I think your leadership is wonderful. So thank you for that. I just want to know what your parent Zoom looks like. Do you get a lot of parents on that Zoom? It
Well,
varies? Okay.
the first one that we ever did, which was last school year, after I had taken the reins, we had like 300 people on it. We were so excited, right? And then the next one we had like 20, because I think they just wanted to see what Michaela and I looked like.
Okay.
It depends on what the agenda is, but how much participation we get from our community and our parents. If we can send it out on the Mind app, I don't like cameras. We've had. Sometimes we have more staff members that show up than parents that show up to our Zoom meetings.
And
And
your
that's
agenda,
okay.
and your agenda
It's-
ranges from just anything that might be going on that week, that month, that whatever. Okay.
We talk, like some of it will focus on what we do for Title I. Sometimes it focuses on working on our handbooks. Sometimes it's just about the expectations at the beginning of the school year. Sometimes it's about the race rubrics. Just depending on, and we've asked parents to have to give us the input on what they might want to see. And we have that standing offer.
Well, I just appreciate that all the schools are reaching out to parents and looking for unique ways to get the community into their school to ask those questions and of the teachers and administrators. And it's been a year of a lot of unique ideas and I like this one. So thank you.
And I do want to give credit where credit is due. It is an amazing staff. And those incredible gains that you see. Yes, Michaela and I are the instructional leaders in the school. They are the worker bees and every day, they are in there doing the best job that they can do every day for our kids.
Well, ladies, we definitely appreciate you and your presentation tonight. Any other comments, gentlemen? Nope. All right. We have a good evening. Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Elder. Anything else?
Yeah, just briefly, Madam President, just a quick update on the leadership transition plan. I've continued with the listening tour. I've now visited with school staff at all 15 of our sites, held 3 parent forums, gone to Isleta Pueblo to visit just yesterday, had lunch with the SROs and with our bus drivers last week and met with maintenance leadership. And I'm learning so much from hearing from just a wide audience in our community and in our schools and our district about so many different perspectives that I think is going to really help guide us to chart a really, really solid path forward into next school year. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you. And Dr. Elder, I want to just thank you for having those meet and greets. I think that was just a very unique, positive outreach, and I do appreciate that. Gentlemen, any other questions? Go ahead.
So I wanted to echo that as well. I think I know that it's appreciated because I've heard that it is, and it's been missing, and I'm glad that you're doing it. So I know it means a lot to the community. So thank you for doing that.
Not hearing any other board members want
Ms.
to
Garcia?
comment? Go ahead.
And I know this is an inopportune time, but could we have a 5-minute break?
Works for me. It is now 7:03. How about 7:15?
I don't need that long, but.
Okay, 7:15. We'll be back. Thank you. Meeting and recess. gonna go ahead and call this meeting back to order. It is now 7:15. Do we have, we're online? Thank you. Okay. So that takes us to item number 12, which is going to be discussion and approval of the social studies curriculum. I'll turn this over to Dr. Elder.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to call Chief Academic Officer Alicia Himes up to the podium to introduce our presenters. And then as they're approaching the podium, I have a few introductory comments.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mrs. Himes. Thank you.
Board President Garcia, members of the board, interim superintendent, Dr. Elder. Tonight, I would like to invite 3 of our directors up to speak about our social studies adoption consideration for tonight. That would be Catherine House, the Director of Elementary Learning Innovations, Jessica Montano, the Director of Secondary Learning Innovations, and Elena Trotten, the Director of Language Innovations. And thank you for the opportunity for us to present to you tonight.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Elder.
Thank you. And I would just like to begin the presentation with a transition, just a reminder of the emphasis last month that we put on the transparency of the process and the ongoing two-way communication with our parents and our families. Last month, we did present the New Mexico standards. We gave some specific examples. Tonight, we'll follow up with the process that was used to select the social studies materials for adoption for recommendation. And I do want to emphasize, we welcome input from parents and will continue to make the social studies materials that are selected available for parents to review. And also that if a parent has questions about standards or a curriculum, their first level of communication is always directly with the teacher. I have a high level of trust in our teachers that they are very sensitive to the range of perspectives in our community and committed to providing an appropriate education for all of our students. Additionally, our principals are available to help educators navigate the varied perspectives. And I really do trust our educators and our leaders to work with families in a manner that honors all of our families and all of the perspectives in our community. And so that said, I'm going to turn it over to our team. Thank you.
Madam President and members of the board, Dr. Elder, thank you so much for providing us time this evening to go over with you the process, the data, and the recommendation from our social studies adoption recommendation committee. Excuse us for a moment while we pull up the presentation for this evening. While they're working on that, I'm just going to go over a little bit of background because it'll be important as we move forward in our presentation too. And that is just to say that each year is an adoption year. The state, the PUD determines what content area they're recommending for adoption in any given year. And so this year, the content area for adoption is social studies. And this PUD works ahead of districts in their vetting process. So when they, knowing that this year would be the year for social studies adoption, last summer they were busy at work vetting materials, doing their own vetting process through their evaluative tool, looking for high quality instructional materials, making sure that they met alignment with the social studies standards for us. And really looking to make sure that the content within those materials were in true alignment with what they wanted to see for each of the districts. What our process is to take that vetting process they've used, so their rubric, and making sure that we're determining and we're aligning our rubric with both high quality instruction materials and making sure that our district priorities are a part of that as well. So part of that also is once they've done their vetting process, they communicate to districts that the list is ready. They have a multiples list or a recommendation list for districts to be able to pull materials for their own vetting process. And when they do that, they list those materials as recommended, not recommended, or recommended with reservations. When we look at our adoption process, we look at that list that they provided, and we're looking for the recommended materials on there so that we can make sure that we're starting from the best they have as we do our vetting process. So that's where our process began. What you see here before you, this is a K-12 adoption for social studies. So what you're going to see are all the different facets there that are listed. K-5, excluding fourth grade, is more general social studies. Fourth, seventh, and ninth grade are specific to New Mexico history course of studies. Sixth, eighth, 10th, and 11th include US world history. And then 12th grade, you see that economics and government are the course of study for that. This evening, this is what you're going to hear about. State vetted materials. I've given you just a little bit of background, which will have meaning here in just a minute. You'll also see the links that were used for the materials to be able to review them. These were links that our own adoption recommendation committee utilized. You'll see the recommendation, the data leading to that recommendation, what the community feedback form provided for us, and then the data analysis from the community, and then the final committee recommendations. What you'll see here is based on the different facets that we were looking at for this K-12 adoption, what you'll see listed under each facet, so K-5 excluding fourth, you see Savas and McGraw-Hill. Those two materials were on the PED vetted materials list as recommended, and that's where we started our process. So you'll see with each facet, there are a couple of publishers that are listed there, but I do want to draw your attention to fourth, seventh, and ninth grade New Mexico history. Because our standards are relatively new, there were not a lot of larger publishers on that vetted list. So we took what we could from that list, and our teachers took some time to look through those things. This slide just shows you the links that we utilize that our adoption recommendation committee utilized to be able to dig into the materials and to utilize alongside the social studies standards to determine alignment and whether or not our district priorities were like observed and a part of the materials. And so just for your benefit, the priorities that we really looked at was to be sure that there were supports and scaffolds in place for our students who are learning English. We wanted to make sure that there were supports for our students with disabilities. And we were specifically looking for UDL within those materials. And UDL is the Universal Design for Learning, which really are best practices and a nice framework that we utilize often to be able to meet the needs of our students and be able to scaffold them up to the grade level rigor that we want to see. I also want to just note that these materials were made available to all stakeholders for the month of February. They were posted on our website and also made available at request so that folks had time to actually look through the materials and then be able to determine whether or not they would want to recommend this. So the evaluation tool I spoke about earlier is really a rubric. And The State Department also uses a rubric that is really based on high quality instructional material standards and elements. For our evaluation tool, we took facets of that and then included rubric elements that were really overt to the district priorities that I just mentioned, so that our recommendation committee could really align that up. And what I'm going to do now is hand this over to Jessica. What she's going to share with you really are the results that we got from our recommendation committee based on the evaluative tool and rubric that we utilized for that vetting process.
Kathy. So what you have before you is our teacher recommendation committee. They used the rubric that Kathy explained, and it's a 3-point rubric. 1, meaning that it did not meet the criteria, 2, that it partially met, and 3, that it meets the criteria. So after looking at all of our data from our teachers K-5, excluding 4th grade, McGraw-Hill scored a 2.8, where Savis actually scored a 2.1. So McGraw-Hill did come up ahead, almost meeting all of the criteria. 6th, 8th, 10th, and 11th, I want to note, is secondary when we look at materials. Again, the same 3-point scale. US and world history is the content of these grade levels. McGraw-Hill came up with a 2.9 and Savis with a 2.6. So 12th grade economics, we looked at 2 different vendors because, again, if we go through the state vetting process, the vendors that came up vetted for economics and government were Cengage and Savis, and Cengage is also known as National Geographic. A tight race here, 2.5 for Cengage and 2.6 for Savis. Again, this is specific only to 12th grade, and it's specific to economics and government content. New Mexico history, like we said, it's a little bit of a difficult, or it's a little different here. 4th, 7th, and 9th grade New Mexico history. What we saw is that vendors said that they had New Mexico history, but when we dug deep into it, it really is just a survey of statehood. And so we had to go a little bit further. So that's why we went to Gibbs and Smith and the UNM Press. As we reach beyond these materials, I think that we have to note here that the state gives us money for an adoption. And we have to remain 50% of what we adopt has to be those vetted materials on their list. Anything we want outside of that list, we have to remain under 50% of those materials. Since New Mexico history isn't really served by the vetted materials, we are going to have to go into that non-vetted material of that 50% and reserve it for New Mexico history. We see that they graded our teachers on the recommendation committee did look at Gibbs and Smith and UNM Press. And you can see that they both scored a 1.2, which is not even nearing partial meeting of the criteria. So our wonderful 7th, 4th, and 9th grade history teachers have asked that we allow them to have a community of practice next year so that they can do a little bit more research and find better materials to suit that content. What they also want to look at doing is really having a nice continuum of 4th, 7th, and 9th grade so that those grades can build upon each other so that we're all not teaching the same content and that we can get into, learn more about New Mexico history. So at this point, New Mexico history is kind of a separate piece, and we will have to do something different with that. Our community feedback. So in addition to teachers being on a recommendation committee, we did reach out for community input. On February 1st, we held an event for our community to review materials at Los Lunas High School at the library. It was an opportunity for them to actually see the materials as well as ask us questions. We then made those same materials available online via our district website throughout the entire month of February. Community members were given the opportunity to submit feedback both in a hard copy form and a digital form. On our website, we also made available an option to email questions and concerns. And I'll have Elena show you what that community input looks like.
Thank you. That takes us right into the data for the community input. We had 5 total respondents. 3 submitted their responses digitally, 2 hard copy. The parents identified themselves, 4 of them identified as parents, and 3 also identified themselves as staff members. When you look at what they reviewed, they gave us feedback. 60% of them gave us feedback on the 6th, 8th, 10th, 11th, which is the US and world history, and 40% viewed and gave feedback on the K-5, with the exception of 4th grade, which was New Mexico history. We actually had no representation submit responses back to us formally for 4th, 7th, and 9th New Mexico history, nor the 12th grade economics and government. I do want to take just a moment to thank the people who took the time to respond, our community members. There was a lot of information, a lot of materials. I know it was time consuming and they were very, very thorough. So I just want to say thank you for your feedback. For each of the...
I'm sorry, Elena, just one quick question. I
Sure.
apologize. So I see that I'm going to guess here, 60-40, is that what it is?
Yes.
What does that represent?
So that's the percentage of people who gave feedback. So for example, we had 5 responses. So for the 60%, it would be 3 people are the ones that viewed those 6th, 8th, 10th, 11th for US and world history. And the other 2 were the ones that submitted for the K-5.
Submitted.
Responses back to us reviewing their review.
Okay, and we'll get to what those reviews are.
Yes, we are. No, you're good.
Wanted to make sure that we covered everything.
No, I'm glad you asked.
Okay.
So for each of the materials or the vendors, we had the same 3 focus areas to look at. The first focus area is on content and design, which is instructional materials provided a wide variety of text, visuals, and multimedia content that develops students' knowledge and skills, inclusive of maps and primary resources. And what you'll see here on the graphs, if you notice in the little print, we didn't always get a response from everyone on every question. We did get 5 responses back on this first focus area for McGraw-Hill. 40% of the responses said that it met criteria, and 60% said that it did not. Our second focus area is coherence. Instructional materials are coherent and consistent with New Mexico content standards, and that all students should study in order to be college and career ready. On this one, we only had 4 respondents, and so 3 of them said that it did not meet criteria, and 1 said that it did. The last focus area, we have extensive support, which is instructional materials give all students extensive opportunities and support to explore key concepts. And this is specific to our students with learning disabilities and our EL learners. We had 4 responses for this question, and they were split. 2 said they met criteria, 2 said it did not, for a total of a 38% approval rating from McGraw-Hill. Our next vendor was Savvis. For focus area 1, we did have 5 responses. 80%, which is 4 out of the 5, said that it did not meet criteria. 1 said that it did. Focus area 2, again, we had 5 responses. 4 said that it did not meet criteria. 1 responded that it did. For the third extensive support criteria, we had 4 responses. 3 reported it did not have meet the criteria, and 1 said that it did, for an overall approval rating of 21%. As we reported before, we did not have any actual feedback formally via our form, but we did have conversations with people that looked at National Geographic, and we try to capture what they told us verbally and in other ways here on that. And we had 3 people comment on National Geographic, and all of them felt that it did not meet criteria. So even though we didn't get that formal feedback, we wanted you to know that we had some conversations, and that is what they let us know, how they felt. This next slide is all of the comments that we got back formally via the feedback form. So these are exactly as written from the people that reviewed the materials. We did have one person also send an email straight to the board that we were copied on in addition to these comments. We wanted to make sure that you knew that as well. There were a couple of questions here I will address. One was that the National Geographic was not available to view. I think that was a little bit confusing. As we said before, National Geographic is also known by Cengage, and we didn't actually have anybody look at those 12th grade materials for government and economics. Most of them were really concerned with US and world history. So it was there, but again, it could be confusing because it's also known as Cengage. And as Ms. Montano said, we are still looking at 4th grade materials. And as Dr. Elder said, they'll always be there for parents and community to review. We like to be very transparent about that. So on to our recommendation. For K-5, with the exception of 4th grade, which is New Mexico history, the teachers, their highest rating was for McGraw-Hill, as was the communities. Although it was such a low rating, we put with reservation. We would like to recommend to the board for K-5, McGraw-Hill. For 6th, 8th, 10th, 11th, for US and world history, again, the teachers preferred McGraw-Hill. The community, their ratings were also slightly higher for McGraw-Hill, so we put with reservations because, again, the rating was rather low. And we are choosing to not recommend, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a slide. For 12th grade economics and government, the teachers, because even though they rated the 2, they looked at the materials for each of the courses in that they were concerned with. So teachers, as far as government, actually rated the Savvis higher. So we'd like to recommend Savvis for government and Cengage for the economics. So splitting that 12th grade into 2 vendors. We did not have community response on that one. And it's for 4th, 7th, and 9th New Mexico history that we would like to not make a recommendation at this time, as we did not feel that the current vendors that we had access to were sufficient for the depth of what we would need to teach our students. We will stand for questions.
All right, gentlemen, we've got questions. You want to start, Mr. Smith?
I do.
Go ahead.
So first and foremost, I want to tell you how much I appreciate the work that you did, as I always do. I know you guys worked very, very hard for this presentation, and I appreciate you presenting today. So as far as the process goes, we're talking about vetted material that was sent down to our district to recommend. Who vetted it? Did we get this from PED? PED said this is the material you have to choose from?
Correct. So when PED, as Kathy, Ms. House said earlier, the state goes through their own vetting process. So they put it out again to educators, to the community at the state level. And they also go to websites like ed.gov, et cetera, different ratings, and they put those ratings out. And that's where we get our list. So we looked at theirs that met criteria, because those are the ones that we basically have to choose from.
Correct. And when you're talking about meeting criteria, you're talking about PED's criteria.
Correct. By their rubrics, yes.
Okay, so I guess basically what I'm asking is you were given some curriculum and you said this is the only thing you can choose from as far as social studies goes.
Correct. We can, as we previously said, we have to choose 50% from that vetted list. We have the option to choose the other 50% from other sources or supplementary materials, but we do have to spend 50% on that state adopted vetted list.
Okay, because I'm confused on how you would do that because they're so different. The list you got and then the list, for instance, of the stuff that we're using. They are two totally different things. So I don't understand how you can.
Can you clarify that just a little more? I'm sorry.
So you're telling me that off of the vetted list that they sent you have to use 50%.
Correct.
So the vetting committee was from PED, not ours, from PED, because you were only choosing what you had to choose from. You didn't get that. You didn't get
Absolutely.
anything other than that.
Yes.
So who is the PED vetting? Who set that committee? Do you know?
I believe it's their department.
Madam, members of the board, typically what happens at the PED level is they put out an RFP. They receive input from these publishers. From those publishers, they pull teachers and administrators really from across the state to use their evaluative rubric. And that they go through a very similar process. It's just much more robust. But that's how they get their materials, is putting out that request.
Okay. You mentioned fourth grade Mexico history.
Correct.
So we didn't have anything that we're adopting or recommending or anything for this year. So are we going to use the same stuff we used last year? How are we going to do fourth grade?
So at this time, the committee is still looking at materials and bringing things together. The last that I heard from the committee is that they were trying to bring in examples from different sources so that they could look at that overall. And it might actually be more of a patchwork thing. We're hoping that it's not, but it may come to that.
Okay. And again, I want to stress how much I appreciate the work you guys did. Okay. So on your diagrams, there was a lot of blue. Doesn't meet criteria. So I wish the numbers were higher for the input, but they are what they are. And I know we can say, well, we could just make that 500 people instead of 5 people. Obviously, it's not going to work that way. However, it seems to me in every single one of them, it didn't meet criteria. Didn't meet the PED's criteria.
The parents felt that per the rubric and the tool, the evaluation tool, in their opinion, it did not meet criteria.
PED's criteria.
Our criteria from our evaluative tool.
Okay. There was no leeway for us to stray from the vetted list. You said it had to be 50%.
50% does need to come from that vetted list.
Okay. So just to recap for my own good, PED got together, they made a committee, however they made it. They said, public schools, here is your list of stuff to choose from. And you must choose 50% from this list.
Yes.
That was our only option.
And it's not just for social studies. That's how it works every year for each subject.
Correct. But we're doing social studies. So for social studies, that's how it happened this year.
Correct.
And that's where we got the curriculum that is being recommended.
Correct.
2 options that we had 2 options, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate it. That's all I have for right now.
Yes, on that, because PD requires it, is that because they're funding it, or can we fund it a different way and not have use what they're offering?
That's a great question.
We still have to use theirs no matter what.
So if we use instructional monies that comes from the state, this is the process. Do we have to use their funding? No. I'm going to be honest. No, we don't. But that tremendously decreases the amount of funding that we have to support our teachers with materials. The other thing to consider, and I'm not trying to sway you one way or the other, it's just something to think about in your deliberation, is if we went with something that was, again, totally teachers are bringing in, and we're looking at total supplemental materials, that also makes it more difficult to be more consistent across our schools. It makes it more difficult for our PLCs at the school sites to collaborate and have these discussions about difficult conversations. It has an impact on how well we're able to work as a district community of practice, and teachers working cross schools on these same conversations. And ultimately, I'm going to be very honest, whether we have 0 materials or whatever materials we have, we are still bound to teach the New Mexico state standards. And that's what it comes down to. And again, I'm going to be honest, the 3 of us standing up here, we understand this is a very difficult, difficult. We've worked with the teachers and saw that, the conversations they were having, the concerns that they have. We've worked and heard from the public about their concerns, and everybody has a valid right to say what they feel our children should learn. And so we're not here to sway anybody one way or the other, but I just feel like we need to tell you the pros and cons of both sides.
And then one more question on that history. I know they were teaching at the middle school 20 years ago, New Mexico history. Are they using the same, can we use the same type books, or there's no book? It sounds like there's no books out there. So
We definitely could look at something that way. The only thing we would have to do is match up and align those textbooks to our current state standards, because those are brand new. So that's where we would have to do the alignment work.
So if we had a book that we could adopt for New Mexico history for what did I say, the fourth graders?
4th, 7th, and 9th.
It would have to meet PED's criteria.
Not necessarily if we're using that 50% supplemental materials. So if we, for example, if we adopted what we recommended tonight, that's more than 50% of the grade levels. We would have more than enough to say, okay, we can use the other 50% to cover New Mexico history. That would even out. If we do not recommend something, or we do not adopt something on the state list, then we are basically saying we are not going to be able to use those instructional monies, and we'd have to look for other funding sources or other ways to cover that.
I almost want to.
They're pretty big. Ms. House probably has seen the numbers, maybe.
Right now, instructional monies that we know should be flowing into our district is a little over 1.2-ish million that should be flowing into our district. And she also did just let me know that, the instructional materials money does flow through operationally. So in terms of utilizing a different funding stream, I don't know what that would be. But that at least gives you some idea of how much money we would be able to spend if we're off the list versus on the list.
1.2.
I would also say that I've been involved in several adoptions over the years, and that, let's just say that every year we get 1.2. I know that's not the truth, but let's just say we do it. I'm going to be honest, when we're looking at those materials, teachers get really excited. They want, the textbook with the bells and whistles, like, for example, reading. We want the readers here. We want this and we want that. That 1.2 million doesn't go very far. And usually what it covers is the very basics of the materials. And we often can't afford those bells and whistles that some of those vendors show to us.
Okay, Mr. Vickers.
Yes, I need a little clarification of the 12th grade recommendation from the teachers for government for Sabbaths. I have a list of the recommended various curriculums. And in the 9th through 12th on Sabbaths, I see civics, Magruder's American Government Interactive. And I see economics interactive, and apparently they didn't recommend the economics one. And the US history interactive. I don't see one that's listed as government, just government. So that's what I was wondering. And then there's another world history interactive. So which one is this?
Civics. The government would fall under civics.
Okay, so that's the Magruder's.
I believe so. I
It's
do
listed
know.
as civic.
Yes, and it is and this is the Sabbath. It is listed as civics. They kind of interchange government and civics. Yes.
All right. I looked at some of the information, some of the philosophy of the Savvis company. And I have zero confidence in that company as far as a balanced approach and non-biased and showing both sides. I don't see that. It isn't listed as culturally
Culturally relevant
yeah,
and linguistically relevant.
yeah. That, which is actually an invention of Sabbath. That's like their baby. They created that. So apparently the civics is probably okay, but I do agree that apparently nobody, that's the only Sabbath one that you guys chose. You didn't have much choice. Yeah, that or McGraw Hill as far as that list goes. So I have a lot of reservations about all of it, but I'm wondering if we have the opportunity to tweak that somewhat through policy as far as how things are taught and what's taught. Because I just see a lot of bias that's one side is taught and all the questions are related to that. And there's no opportunity for students to see the other side of the story and look at it, analyze it, and make a decision for what they think. And I think that's really crucial, especially at the high school level. So all of these were fairly close as far as the and McGraw Hill won most of the time, but I mean, it's both close. It just statistically almost no difference. So yeah, so for me, McGraw Hill's more of the lesser. Thank you.
Records, I respect what you have to say. I don't like the way PED dished this up to us, but the way the PED is setting the parameters with us, what's your thought process on policy and how would we be able, I mean, to create a policy that really would get any teeth to it? So, I mean, I'm just trying to be transparent with everybody. What
I don't know. I think that'd be worth a discussion for the board or workshop or something like that, just a certain criteria that, like I mentioned, we need to hear both sides of any particular struggle event or bent, and make sure that students have the opportunity to look at both sides and make a decision, and there should be discussion both ways instead of just sort of forcing one particular perspective. I don't know how we could put that in policy.
Nothing else? And I might have missed it. So my question is, so you got community input and the teacher portion of this input is all the social studies teachers?
Basically, we did a lot of.
Or how many teachers and what teachers are we talking?
So at the secondary, it was pretty much all of them.
Okay.
There was more of a representation at the elementary level from the different schools and grade levels.
And this is your committee, the teachers were part of that
Yeah.
committee, okay. And you didn't break down their percentages of whether it met criteria or not, you just gave us the community input of whether or not it met community input or not.
At the beginning, those first slides that are more look like blocks.
That includes the teachers.
These are the teacher
This is the
feedbacks.
teacher ones, okay.
And so it looks a little different. We wanted them to look different from the community, but so this is more, there was a lot of teacher feedback compared to the parents. So this is an average of their feedback.
That's what I had. So that's the teacher input. Okay. Now, we're not ones in New Mexico that are having to do the New Mexico history. So what are the other districts looking towards So we're in May. You're gonna still hash this out a little bit. I'm assuming you would bring back the curriculum for New Mexico history down the road. That would be a board approval.
Yeah.
Okay. What are other districts in the state looking at? Because they're all gonna be grabbing from the same materials, I'm assuming.
We're all in the same boat and there is a lot of talk back and forth, but like Ms. Montano said, right now the vendors are saying we have it. They just haven't had the time to publish and to print a lot of that stuff because of our standards just came out. They just hadn't had that time to go through their textbook and writing and all of that to update their textbook. So there could be something in the future that comes out relatively soon, hopefully from some major vendors, textbook vendors. Right now, it's just very surface level statehood, maybe what they had prior, but is not necessarily in depth nor completely aligned to our current standards.
And one of the potential vendors was UNM or some.
We do have that at our disposal now. The teachers just felt like it did not align to our new standards. And so they didn't want to recommend at this time that particular possibility.
So do these vendors know what the districts aren't happy with? And then they get another chance at the drawing board for New Mexico history?
Yes, that's a good question. I recently had a vendor reach out to me that specifically said that they would be putting something out now in the summer.
Okay.
That would be a little more inclusive of everything for New Mexico history. And it's really, they just don't have all the content of our story.
Would certain districts be teaching different New Mexico histories then? I guess they would. So different parts of the state could grab a different curriculum on New Mexico history.
Absolutely.
The only thing that ties us all together is really the standards. We're all bound to teach those standards.
And you said it did go up for New Mexico for New Mexico history. By leaps and bounds? Big gaps, or is it just?
The way that history is being looked at, as you can tell, if you looked at the textbooks and we presented last time, it's a lot less about memorizing dates and events. And it's more about those higher level thinking, questioning, synthesizing information, compare and contrast. For example, this is a really simple example, but when I was growing up, I was really like a history buff, especially New Mexico history. Would read anything I could about Billy the Kid. I had a great aunt pass away and she had like an original authentic life of Billy the Kid written by Pat Garrett. I still have it, but reading that book is probably not the best way to see the authentic life of Billy the Kid. You would want to, read maybe, people who knew him, like the Maxwells, or you might want to get, the officer that he shot. You might want to get his family's perspective on Billy the Kid. There's no event or person that is just one faceted. It's all those different pieces of who we are and how to view something depending on who you are. And our history, our personal histories. And so that's kind of the direction I believe that is the intent of these newer standards. And it can definitely get messy.
Thank you. That helps so much. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
it's probably for Superintendent Elder. How long is PED expecting us to go with this? Is there a plan? Have you heard of 5-year, 2-year?
So the adoption cycle is 7 years. So they have all of the subjects spaced out over 7 years. So every 7 years, this history will come back up again. There have been times in history, no pun intended, that due to funding, they've kicked the can down the road a little bit when funding was very, very lean in the 2009 through 2012 timeframe, that some of the adoption cycles got pushed back a little bit because there simply wasn't the state funding for that. But in general, it's a 7-year cycle.
You have any more, Mr. Hill? Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
So it's unfortunate that the cycle is that long, because in year 3, you find out something's not working, you're still stuck with it for 4 years, which is, in my opinion, very unfortunate. And back to your story, Ms. Trodden. I just can't imagine a world where they said, hey, if you want, you're going to teach Billy the Kid history, you're going to get Pat Garrett's perspective, because I'm imagining that's going to be pretty inflated. So it seems to me that we should have the option to say, if you want to know the life and times of Billy the Kid, this is another option for us in order to describe that. So in your little story, you encompass this all in one little tight nutshell that maybe we don't, maybe we shouldn't hear Pat Garrett's version. So, yeah, there's that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So, of course, still time for questions if any board member has them, but I think at this time we are being asked for a motion for approval. And Dr. Elder, are you needing a motion of approval for breakout of K-5 excluding 4th, or are we going one motion to approve the whole package? Do you have a preference of what we should be doing here?
Of course, that's a board decision.
Okay.
Our ask would be for a motion to support the entire package of recommendation from the committee. But if the board chooses to break it up in a different way, of course, that's a board decision.
Okay, thank you. And I am understanding that when it comes down to whether or not we're excluding the 4th grade, we know that recommendation won't be made today, but would be brought back to us at a later date if there's a recommendation to make.
Yes.
All right, board members.
Clarification. We had the Mexico history 4th, 7th, 9th. Gibson Smith for 7th. UNM Press for 9th. So that's like, so the only one there's a question on is 4th.
Right, exactly. So Gibson Smith 7th is what was available for us to review, and UNM Press, for 9th grade. So basically there wasn't a material that covered 4, 7, 9. If that makes sense, yeah.
Just an aside, it just seems like there's so many good authors, even in Valencia County.
Absolutely.
Who are historians, that somehow we could pool all that talent. I was just staying in an Airbnb in Las Cruces, and you know how they put books out and stuff. There happened to be a book about Valencia County written by Thibaut Chavez about some, I don't know, the Apache raids or something like that. I mean, just people like that somehow pool that.
And that is exactly what the teachers were talking about, is that there's more than just these resources out there, build on each grade level.
You almost have to.
Right.
Determine which text.
And you're right, we do have a lot of rich authors in the area.
To come together in that COP, that community of practice, to look at those materials and bring them together.
Yeah, it seems like. The material itself.
Thank you. Any more discussion, or can I get a vote or a motion? Okay, well, I'm going to make the motion. I'm going to make a motion that we accept for approval the recommendation for K-5, excluding the 4th grade for McGraw-Hill. That we approve the recommendation for 6th, 8th, 10th, 11th in US World for McGraw-Hill. That we approve the 12th Economics and Government for the Salvis government. Percentage for economics. And no recommendation for New Mexico history. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
So I got a motion and a second. Discussion. I'm gonna call for the vote. Mr. Hidon,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
So before I cast my vote, I just wanted to say that. Obviously, this is very touchy, but when you get to the point where you have to choose your words wisely just to ask a question about history, then something is wrong with that. And I don't want to get to the point where we're straying from social studies to social conditioning, if I can use a word that strong, but I don't like either one of these options. I think that we're going in the wrong direction. I wish PED wouldn't have put us in this spot. I appreciate the work you did. I appreciate the work all of your committees did, but I vote no.
Mr. Bennett.
I'll vote yes.
Approval of the social studies curriculum has passed with the 4 vote, or 4 yes, 1 no. Thank you, ladies. The next item on the agenda is going to be discussion regarding the Las Lunas Schools Policy Manual. And I believe we have Mr. Kennedy in the in the room. Excuse me, Mr. Kennedy, come up to the podium and thank you, sir. It's definitely sometimes ours. Mr. Kennedy, go ahead and introduce yourselves and I'll turn it over to you for your overview. And then I know we have questions.
All right. I'm John Kennedy. As background, I was an attorney for the state of New Mexico, the State Board of Education in the 1970s. In the 80s, I went into private practice and practiced for about 40 years in Santa Fe, representing local school districts across the state. So I have many years of experience in assisting schools in developing policy. I retired from my private law firm about 3 years ago. And after that occurred, Joe Guillen, who is the director of the New Mexico School Boards Association, approached me and asked me to assist him. He had a fellow named Don Williams from Arizona, who managed a model policy service for the New Mexico School Boards Association for about 10 or 12 years. Don died unexpectedly about 2 years ago, and Joe asked me to assist him in taking over the policy service. There are probably 70 to 80 school districts in the state of New Mexico who have joined the model policy service. It's modeled after the National School Boards Association policy service, which has been in place for probably 25 years. So, excuse me. The idea is to assist public school districts in having a set of policies that is comprehensive, that has been vetted across the country and within the state of New Mexico, and generally serve the needs of local school districts pretty well. It doesn't mean that you have to assume and adopt every single policy. They're not cookie cutter policies. They're not intended to be involuntarily forced upon you. You are able to adjust, to amend, to adapt them to your local needs, but they're also thorough enough. The policy manual is hundreds of pages long. Depends on which version you look at, but they're either 690 or 1,035 pages. But there are many policies. And the idea is to assist you in assuring that you get a an operating manual that helps you to do your job without too much having to recreate the wheel. So the Los Lunas Schools has adopted that manual. My purpose here tonight is to assist you in assuring that that manual and the policies are familiar to you. I was going to cover section A of that policy manual, which is only, I believe, 16 pages long. So to the extent that this is a process that normally takes fairly low priority with school boards. Getting to policy is something that has to usually wait for all the other priorities and the other emergencies you deal with on a monthly basis. So to the extent that reviewing policy and adjusting it to your needs gets done as it gets done. But here we are, and we're embarking on that journey. So tonight, I'm simply going to review fairly quickly section A of the model policy manual. If you could advance to policy A, it's that one. There is a district mission and belief statement at the beginning of this model policy manual. It addresses the beliefs of the district. I'm not going to read all of these policies, certainly, but this one addresses the beliefs of the board and the district with regard to students, with regard to teachers, with regard to principals, with regard to the local school board, the superintendent, and management principles. These are basically guiding principles and goals that assist you in focusing on essentially a mission statement. Virtually every school board policy manual starts out with a mission statement of sorts. This one is probably more detailed than some, but it basically advises that the local school board believes that students are the #1 priority, that the educational needs and desires of the community are important, and that the board maintains high expectations for the district and themselves in working toward those goals. So this is a fairly straightforward mission statement. The next policy, and it's a couple of pages further on. There we go. Simply identifies the school district legal status. The following one is a community involvement in education. Next page. Now, this is important because you are setting in policy your commitment to involve the community in the educational process. It is certainly one of the things that I've seen this board do very well over the years. You involve the community, you solicit advice, you listen to advice, and you make reasoned decisions from all of your constituents, not only the school board, but the administration, your teaching staff, your administrative staff, your parents, and your community members. Provide you input so that your decisions are well reasoned and comprehensive. The next one, next policy is parental involvement. Excuse me. It's the intent of the board under this policy to assure that you provide for active involvement of, active support to, effective interaction with, and development of parents as active partners in the student support team effort that will enhance the capacity of all students to reach their optimum potential. Those are lofty words. As an attorney for local school districts, I usually discourage words like optimum simply because they are unreachable. But these are goal statements. So to the extent that the beginning of your policy and all of section A is really the introductory foundation for what follows along later to create more specific direct policies on particular issues. The next policy, and I don't know why these are in the model policy in this order, but the next couple of policies deal with non-discrimination and equal opportunity. All of you know that state law, federal law, and local law prohibits discrimination. And categories of discrimination are set out here. The legal references and cross-references are extensive because the rights under the civil rights laws are also extensive. So to the extent you put right up at the front of your policy manual, an equal opportunity policy is probably wise, and the enforcement of that policy is addressed later on. Next policy is non-discrimination on the basis of sex. Again, this one has been set out as a separate policy because of Title IX. The Title IX is the federal law barring discrimination on the basis of sex that was adopted by Congress in 1975 and has generated lots of activity over the last few decades. This one provides a policy on non-discrimination, but also on the next page, please. It also provides a grievance procedure and a process for adoption of Title IX regulations and enforcement. So to the extent that there is a hearing process specifically provided in your policies for discrimination on the basis of sex, I can remember practicing law back in the day, back in the ancient days when I was still working as a private attorney. And the first law enacted by Congress on sex discrimination, guess when that was? 1992. Not so long ago, only 30 years. So to the extent that it took our world a long time to get around to gathering in the policy and enforcement mechanisms for assuring that sex discrimination was condemned and enforceable mechanisms were provided, took a little while, but now we have policy. And if you go to the end of this policy, if you're interested and you're a legal wonk and you want to look up where these policies come from, get me to, are we on that 12 still? Yeah, get me to the next page, please. The legal references are extensive. Look at there are probably what, 15 different state and federal laws and state regulations that deal with sex discrimination. The School Athletic Equity Act, the Gender Equity in Sports Act, Sexual Assault, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Title IX, EEO Act, Non-Discrimination on the Basis of Sex in Education. There have been plenty of efforts by federal and state legislators to guarantee that sex discrimination did not occur in the public schools. So to the extent that this legal reference list provides access to these references, if you choose to look them up, it also cross-references all of the other policies in this manual that deal with these issues that might be more specific to a particular situation. Next. Commitment in religious neutrality. Again, as you know, New Mexico and every other state has a constitutional provision in the state constitution barring the mix of state and religion. And so this policy is intended to assure that religious neutrality is preserved, but also individual religious rights are equally preserved. And that's been a tension that the courts have had to deal with for decades. I can recall 50 years worth of United States Supreme Court cases struggling with the issue of religious freedom and religious rights, and they still struggle with it every time a case comes up. Next slide is educational philosophy, school district mission. This is a more generalized policy that talks about the powers granted to the school district by the state legislature and how those affect particular constituents that you deal with, your staff, your parents, your community, students, so that the board, let me just read you a sentence. Excuse me, it's late and I think I've got a little dust in my throat. The board believes that education should develop habits, attitudes, understanding, and skills necessary for a productive, satisfying life in our society. Students should be taught to understand the duties and privileges of responsible citizenship, as such duties and privileges relate to themselves as individuals and to the whole community. So this is one more policy, but this is a scroll down further. Thank you. This is basically a summary policy at the beginning of your policy manual on drug and tobacco-free schools. And it's simply a reference to the other places within your manual where these issues are dealt with specifically. Drug-free workplace, non-medical use of drugs and alcohol, tobacco use by staff members administering medicines, tobacco use by students, drug and alcohol use and tobacco use at public functions. And then there are the statutory references and Attorney General's opinions that deal with those issues cited. That's the end of the first section of this model policy manual. I've tried to be brief just to assure that this is a taste of what you'll see in later sections of the manual. There are 9 individual sections that deal with students, that deal with personnel, that deal with your facilities, that deal with programs. So to the extent that you have, as I've said, you are embarking on a mission, on a journey that will end up as you get through it with a comprehensive set of policies that will guide how the school board and its administration operates, and provides a useful reference to you to help you to assure that your policies and your operations are consistent with the law. So with that introduction, I'll stand for questions if you have them.
First of all, Mr. Kennedy, I want to say thank you for being present. And I know that we have been working with you for a few months now to get us to where we are currently right now. So I know we do have some questions, but before we go there, Dr. Elder, the reason that this is a review of Section A, is based off of some technical difficulties we had on getting public input. So will you give us a little bit of report on what happened with that and where we are on that?
Sure, Madam President, members of the board. We did look at a timeline at our last meeting to obtain public input, cabinet input, and board input on policy sections A and B. We've adjusted that timeline a bit, and what we were able to do is take a PDF of board policy section A and policy section B. Those are both posted on our website. Along with those is a link for public comment for section A and for section B. So any member of the public can go to our website under board policies, look at the PDF, and then complete the form with their comments on each policy. The form is in a Google form format, And it's just open-ended. It has each policy and a place for community members to comment on each policy throughout. They don't have to fill out all of it. They can choose whatever's important to them to comment on.
So we do have them on our webpage now. So we've allowed some extra time for that public comment since we didn't follow our timeline. Do you know a date we would be looking at closing public comment for section A?
Yes, for section A and B, the public comment links will be closed on May 27th. They were posted on the 19th, but we wanted to give a little bit of extra time since it wasn't announced that they're up until this board meeting. So if a community member was looking at the site regularly, they would know. But if they weren't, there wasn't an opportunity to discuss it until this meeting this evening. So we wanted to give a good amount of time for the public to have time to comment.
And that would be both section A and B.
A and B.
Okay, and again, I think I just want to reiterate that some board members have already sent comments on what we'd like to see. So this is the portion we're allowing for public input for our next meeting to occur. So hopefully we could have adoption of that. And I just want to state that I think about a lot of what section A is about is, like you said, those federal and state laws that were mandated to have our policies follow. It's not optional, it's mandated.
That's correct. And they put them right at the front for that very purpose.
Right.
But just let me say that developing policy is evolutionary. The fact that you've adopted it doesn't mean that you're not going to tweak it. And you may tweak some policies fairly routinely, something to make sure that they work for you and do the things that the Los Lunas School Board needs, rather than any neighboring district or district across the state. So to the extent that reviewing your policies is something that hits the low level of priorities that school boards deal with, it is very important. You're required to review your policy manual annually by the state, but to the extent that you are starting a process to adopt a new policy manual, this requires some thought and some consideration and communication so that the policies you end up with at the end really do the job for you that you need.
And because it is a living, working document that we'll be working on from here on out, your role also with this policy that we've signed up to with the New Mexico school boards will let us know when there are constitutional changes, federal and state, and you'll get us on board with those updates.
I maintain the policies for the School Boards Association, and as the law changes, as the legislature enacts new provisions, I send out advisories that either simply inform you of a change or give you a specific amendment to these policies or a regulation that may help you in implementing them. So to the extent that it's a never-ending process, because as you know, the number of topics that comes up in today's day and age has multiplied exponentially from when I started practicing law back in the dark ages. It is important because if you don't have a good set of policies, if you don't read those policies, instruct your staff on those policies and implement them reasonably and comprehensively, you get sued. And if you don't have the policies up to date, that's going to be question number one by the plaintiff's lawyer. So you need to be sure that how you operate is consistent with state and federal law and constitutions.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I'll turn it over to Mr. Smith. If you have a question, go next.
No, so just to reiterate, we had a schedule that was going to end on June 6th with the board discussion and possible action on these sections. However, one of my concerns and when we met was that we didn't give the public the opportunity to review these policies. And that we thought the best way to tell them would be during this board meeting. So we are starting that time from now, but we are compressing all of this. And I'm going to reflect back on to the presentation that Ms. Trodden did so well, that the community responses were a total of 5. We are moving all of our dates down to give the public an opportunity to provide their feedback, and I encourage them to do so. We have shortened everything in this process, and we've gotten to the exact same date that we were going to end in had we not been a little bit behind from the beginning. So we're still going to do on the June 6th meeting to discuss and possibly put to bed sections A and B. I only have one question, and this is one that you may or may not be able to answer, but I would like to see the entire policy manual on our website. Do we know when that can happen?
Well, you've adopted it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can post it on your policy manual anytime. But you're asking me if the School Boards Association webmaster has posted it?
Huh.
Is that what you're asking?
Sure.
Oh, okay. The New Mexico School Boards Association has a webmaster out of Arizona. Fortunately, the person that started this policy service, Don Williams, was from Arizona and has died. But his paralegal still maintains these policies. They had a hack of their policy service about 2 months ago, and it nearly destroyed them. It brought them right to their knees. So it has taken a good 6 weeks to get up and running again. And so making sure that all of the web services are back up and running as they should be is happening right now. So can I tell you a specific date when these will be up? I can't, but I will check with the webmaster tomorrow and ask.
Perfect, because what I envision, and this is for all of us to decide on, but I want to have on there what we're working on and what the public can comment on, and also what we're going to do next to give staff and community and board members a chance to jump ahead and start reviewing those so we can shorten this process. And I know there's going to be that date, but what we're working on and what we're going to work on, I think would be beneficial. And if we post that, I want them to be at least be able to access that. So so if you check on that, that would be awesome. That's the only question that I have.
You want to move from a fast walk to a jog?
I'm sorry?
A jog.
Oh, a jog. Sure. No, I want to sprint, but we'll jog for a little while.
Sprinting is good, but you need to make sure that everybody else is sprinting with you.
Right.
So.
Okay, that's the only thing I have.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr.
Sure.
Bennett,
No, thank you.
Mr. Vickers.
No problem.
Okay. So this was informative for tonight, discussion only. We didn't have to vote or act on anything. There was one question, I guess maybe I skipped ahead from item C. If we have an urgent policy we need to address right away, that might be taken out of order from a certain section. Do you have a recommendation on how we should move forward with that? I know Dr. Elders talked about how we could maybe red flag some of those policies that we need to look at right away. Do you have a recommendation for us? What the process would look like if we did something like that?
Well, I mean, identifying a higher priority policy that needs to be addressed, you simply do it as you would normally do in taking action at a school board meeting. And I would introduce it at the school board meeting and perhaps in the notice as this is an out of sequence policy, but because of current circumstances, we are adopting it out of order. Nothing wrong with that. Law allows it. You give public notice, you let the public see it and comment on it, and then you adopt the change. I will also note one more thing. On each of these policies in the model, they, at the top, where it says A dash, whatever number that is, I can't even read it, it's 0750 maybe. My eyesight is quite as good as it used to be. In the middle of that line, there's a copyright symbol. That copyright is the School Boards Association's copyright of these manual policies. So if you change them locally and add or subtract parts from the copyrighted version, you need to remove that copyright symbol. Okay, just so that the it is not confused as a School Boards Association model policy.
Did our attorney want to? Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring you guys up to date for purposes of Mr. Smith's question, in terms of putting the policies online. I have begun a conversation with the policy ethics Kennedy was referring to. There are some questions that she has that needs clarification. There are three main questions, and perhaps we could discuss them today. The first is, what is the name that goes on the policy? It seems really simple, but it's not here. The official name on the bond book is, I'll read it to you so I make sure I get it right. Los Lunas School District number 1. So my communication with the policy analyst has been to use that name on the policy manual itself. That's the first thing. That's the question. Mr. Kennedy, feedback on the name?
Well, and I agree with your counsel that you should have the correct name on your policies. And you have a charter when the school district was created. And the charter is what decides the name of the school board. But to the extent that the charter name is almost always the same name that's on your bonds, because those are legal documents that fund your schools, I would rely on what's on your bond issue, the actual bond documents as the name of the school. Does not, you can copyright anything you want to, but the official legal name of the Los Lunas Public Schools should be the one that's on your bonds and on your charter. So I haven't looked those up, but it should be verified so that when you adopt a policy manual, you use the correct name of the entity.
So I'll go ahead and finish that issue. There are two other issues that I'm talking about here. Mr. Kennedy's feedback. There are 5 policy manuals that have blank spaces. But the policy analyst believes she cannot upload without those blank spaces being filled in. I did not believe that it was within my purview to fill in the blank spaces. I am not the policy making authority here, and I wanted it to bring back to you. So I'm glad to hear Mr. Kennedy say that we can take some of these issues out of order. I will read out to you the 5 policies that have blanks. The idea could be we either fill it in with the information that is there from the prior policy, the information that is consistent with your collective bargaining agreement if one applies, or information that you bring up in this board meeting. Those 5 policies are the sick leave policy for professional staff, the vacation policy for professional staff, the support staff vacation policy, field trips, and graduation requirements.
Really?
So those are the issues that the policy analyst felt were left blank, that I was trying to get the whole policy manual put up on their website. And the way it works for members of the board, just for your information, the way it works is the policies are not direct, usually they're not directly on the Los Lunas school board site. What the site has, the Los Lunas site will have a link to the NMSBA site. they keep their policies updated. Whenever this board adopts changed policy, they review something either as part of the regular process or out of process. They send that new policy over to the NMSBA service. They upload it into their service. They maintain the entire policy book. So when someone is looking for the policies of the district, they're going to see a link to the NMSBA service and then the policy.
That's
But
correct.
for purposes of addressing those 5 policies that have blank space, I need some kind of direction in terms of what kind of conversation I have with the policy analyst, whom I'm trying to get to put the policies up, which that's this question. So I will be questions to you and to Mr. Kennedy.
So, yes, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
So, if memory serves, this is basically how much time they earn, how much vacation they earn, utilizing it, the sick leave, numbers as well. And if we were just to fill in our current numbers that we're using, well, not our current, our previous policy numbers, because as far as I know, the accrual rate has not changed. So filling those in would satisfy, I forgot. The analyst.
Yeah.
Would satisfy the analyst, and then we could move forward with getting them posted on there, because that particular input, it hasn't changed for leave accrual and stuff. So on those particular, I know that there's another one that. Correct. There's another one. So the graduation requirements are official, correct?
We follow the state requirements
Correct.
for graduation.
So we could fill in those numbers with the correct. I guess what my point is there's really nothing for us to debate, Eric, correct? These are all numbers that we can put in there because we have to. Because that's the way that the policies are. Correct.
So just to jump in, and I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, but that's not a vote because we don't have a vote tonight.
We don't have a-
You just want an.
Let's see to know. Like the numbers. Allegory. Policy is, we have Mr. Kennedy here, whose specialty is policy, so I think he's the best person to answer that particular question.
And my personal opinion is if you're not changing any of the numbers, simply stick them in from the old policy
And that could be directed to the superintendent to take
to
that
coordinate with
to coordinate
Roxy. Yes,
staff to get
Yeah.
that information plugged in.
that's correct. But it's not a change to anything. These are the set provisions that are already in your policies and regulations. They're just being uploaded to a new version of the same policy.
Policies that you. Those reviews will still be done in public when the time comes. We're just talking.
Oh, yeah.
about-
I just want to clarification, to get policy connected to your website. Public can have access.
So realistically, we can hold you to, that's the only thing holding it back. Okay. Fair enough.
There's one follow-up question to that. Some questions about the superintendent regarding the distinction between policy and regulation, which I think is important in this regard. I think that this question has been answered by the policy analyst. Question was whether or not we could upload only the policies and not the regulation. Reason for that is the policy is the authority of the board, whereas the regulations themselves is the authority of the superintendent. However, the policy manual includes both policy and regulation. It just is a matter of pro forma. The policy analyst has come back and said that it looks like to me, and Superintendent Elder, you can help me understand, but it looks like to me they cannot separate at this point their regulations, and we'll have to upload everything.
Is that due to the formatting or what is the?
I understand that it's due to.
I believe it's because when they were formatted originally, that's how they were set. And to sever them would be a much more complex process. And I'm not sure why. I'm not a computer geek. But I would trust Renee Watson, who is the webmaster. She is very experienced. And I think she is trying to give you the correct advice. At this point, it would be possible to do it, but it's going to take some time.
Point out that complexity that we don't have an action item yet. I want you guys to be aware of it.
Mr. Vickers?
Well, I'm looking here. There's a section also called exhibits. And it seems exhibits has to be there. Because exhibits includes a form that people could fill out. So we have to have that, and is there an issue with regulations? Is there a problem? Them being viewed by the public?
Madam President, Board Member Vickers, there's no problem with them being viewed by the public. But I want us to be very careful, because what we don't want to do is find ourselves in a situation that we're crossing over. The board's role is policy, the administration's role is implementation of that policy. And because the manual is written in the way that it is, with the regulation and the forms embedded in with the policy, it gives the appearance to the public that the board is not only adopting policy, but also being perhaps giving the appearance of overstepping into how those policies are implemented, which is in the realm of administration.
May I make a suggestion? In the introductory section of the policy manual, we could put a disclaimer in big bold letters that says, if you see the word regulation or you see exhibit, these are not part of the board adopted policy. These are adopted and included at the direction of the administration and may be changed by the administration
At any time.
at their
Because I think
discretion.
that Administration, the ability to make changes as needed.
Does that sound like a reasonable way to go?
I think, similarly to what you said about someone could come and say, oh, you're not following your own policy. It gives the appearance of policy, even if you put in the very first section, okay, maybe not nobody, maybe somebody would read from section 1 all the way through. I suspect very few people will.
Yeah.
And so if that message were recurring, that regulation is administrative, not part of policy, that would be better. But doing that on every regulation and every exhibit might be about as much work as separating the two.
I hear you. I'm the lawyer. If you put it at the beginning, it has the legal effect that you want, but it doesn't have practical effect of really letting people know who don't read thoroughly. So. I mean, they're your policies and regulations. When you adopt this policy manual, you can modify it. It's not cut in stone. So you could, but again, that's a tedious task. Yes, sir.
For the lead on this process for some 60, 80 school districts.
Mhm.
What do they do?
What did they?
With regards to this.
Same thing you are. They have done this. I mean, the School Boards Association started this model policy manual process 15 years ago. And it's grown and built into the state where 80 plus of the 89 school districts participate. But at the beginning, it was probably 29 or 30 school districts. So over time, as it evolved, districts have had the same kind of discussions you have when adopting it, and the same kind of issues when changes need to be adopted. So
what have they done? What was the result of those discussions? Did they leave the regulations posted?
yeah, most of them have.
Did they put a disclaimer somewhere?
I doubt it. It is what it is.
It is. Fine. Stage. Mostly, I want the board to recognize that even for policy, there is not the board. They're not the board. The regulations are not of the board, the regulations are of the superintendent, so I was trying to balance the power, because the superintendent is correct, policies are within your realm, regulations are within the administration's realm, and I wanted to make sure that everybody understood who's doing what, even though they all are gonna, looks like, be in the same place. So I will speak with the analyst about the disclaimers and then speak with the president and interim superintendent Elder to see if we reach the resolution. If not, we may have this discussion again.
With public comment, procedure isn't part of it, exhibit isn't part of it. Public comment is on the policies that the board are adapting only. Anything else? Okay, no action is needed or warranted. We're going to move on to number 14. These are reports that were requested by board members at past meetings where we've added to the agenda item. Thank you, Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you very much for your time tonight. You have a safe trip back. Thank you. Item 14A has been removed, so we're looking at 14B, results of daycare survey. This was requested by Mr. Bennett. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Elder, members of the board. Yeah, I requested this because I seen a survey put up by Ms. Chavez on daycare for possibly school employees, and I was just curious about it. So I'd like to see what she put together.
Okay.
Good evening, Board President Garcia, members of the board, interim superintendent Elder. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the daycare survey results. We surveyed our employees beginning on Monday, April 10th, regarding a possibility of opening a daycare in our district for our employees' children. A reminder email was sent to all of our district staff that the survey was available to complete until Friday, April 14th. And then the survey did close on Friday, April 14th at noon. We had 168 staff members complete the survey. 60% of staff responded their interest in the daycare services. 40% responded that they were not interested. However, many of these respondents also answered that they do not have children who would require daycare. When you look at the survey results by age range, and I apologize, the 6-month to 12-month is not showing on the pie chart. This was our data collected. So we had 9% of our respondents said they had children that were between 12 months to 18 months. We had 27% respond that they had children 18 months to 2 years. 17% said they had 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds. 26% had 4-year-olds to 5-year-olds. And the red slice of the pie was 6 month to 12 month. And that was 21% of the respondents.
Ms. Travis, real quick, would it be right to assume then that of the 40 that did 40%, many of those did not have children?
That is correct. That were in those age ranges that are listed in the pie graph.
So would there be a way to show if the employees that do have children, what that percentage was? Because if they don't have children, I understand they're not interested in it, but if you had 80% that have the children, is that 100% of them that want it?
That was what the survey demonstrated.
Okay.
That if we had it available.
Interested in the state.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
And then my last slide is just answering any questions. So
Yeah, something like that. I would, something like that be funded.
So we would be working with the early childhood and early education care department. There are many funding opportunities through grants, through also income limits. One thing that the ECD, that's the early childhood and early education department, has created. If a family of 4 qualifies up to 400% of the poverty level, which is around 110,000 for a family of 4, daycare services are paid for by the state. So we would receive those payments to pay for our daycare services.
Okay, so if we did provide, say, a daycare, what's the attendant versus student ratio or kid ratio? What's the numbers, like 1 to whatever?
So it depends on the ages. If you're looking at 1-year-olds and 2-year-olds, you would need 2 for 12 kids, 2 adults per 12 kids. When you go down younger than 12 months, the ratio increases. And so do the licensing requirements, because we are working with infants.
So that license requirement be the same thing that we sort of have at Century?
It is exactly the same with our grads daycare.
And we probably need to have the same kind of facilities that we provide over there, right?
Yes. But it would be a great opportunity for our staff's children.
And there will be preschool.
That is what we are hoping. And additionally, what we have done with the support of Kathy Travis and her work with the New Mexico Pre-K grant, we have applied for a 3-year-old program for pre-K. It would be a full day program. And we are looking to house that at Los Angeles Elementary. And that would be offered first to Los Angeles Schools employees' kids. Yes. Yes, but our first priority would be for our employees' children, because there was interest for 3-year-olds in this survey.
It's something like in that daycare, 'cause I know where some kids go like a half a day or used to go a half a day, first half. Would that also be us allowing or providing transportation from the daycare to the school site?
So we would not be having, we wouldn't have any school age children that would need daycare. So parents would have to provide transportation. Any other questions?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
So, just for everybody's knowledge, who staffs this? Who's actually watching these kids? Are
We would hire our own employees.
hire our own employees?
Yes.
And is there a special kind of license they're gonna need? Are they gonna be licensed through the state?
Yes, they would be
Okay.
licensed through the state.
Okay, and we would have to do all the regulations that the state obviously does for any daycare center. And then, have we discussed times? I mean, is it during the school day? Is it?
Yes, we have discussed times. So we would
Okay.
open the daycare at 6:45 in the morning.
Okay.
And it would close at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So we would have to split schedules for the employees that work at the daycare, because that's a long day.
And are we providing, well, obviously, we're providing food and everything, right?
Yes.
Okay,
That's one of actually the regulations to have a licensed daycare is quite rigorous. And they're very comprehensive.
thank you.
Say, John, go ahead. Mr. Ricketts.
So for the employees who don't fit into that poverty level area, who don't qualify at all, we would charge them full cost, full price, or?
Yes, but it would be at a it would be at a reduced rate than what they would pay if they were to pay for that outside of Los Angeles schools.
So I'm sort of torn about this. Because it's simply a perk for employees of a company and an entity to have daycare. But I don't want us to be in the situation of competing with the daycares that exist in the community and negatively affecting them. So, is there a shortage of daycare providers where we need to fill up in the gaps for our employees?
Yes, there is a shortage and there's a need in the community for more daycares. And so we wouldn't be putting them out of business, but we would be offering more opportunities for daycare in the county. Right now, we work as part of the
And help me, Dr. Elder, the CLSD grant, comprehensive literacy, comprehensive structured. You'll have to help me, I can't remember.
Comprehensive literacy, structure design.
Thank you. As part of that grant, we have to work very closely with the daycares that are in the community. And when we work with them, we help provide the curriculum, help provide support based on that grant. In addition, as part of our New Mexico pre-K grant, we also have to work with our daycares to see what availability there is. And we constantly hear that there are not enough spots for daycare in our community. So this is a need.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Hino? So what do you do next? What's your next step?
So we have to apply for a license. So our first step would be to license a daycare, and the EC, one of the licensing employees does work here in Los Lunas, actually right across from Catherine Gallegos Elementary. So we've already been in contact with him to start the licensing process.
And do we have a location that we're already thinking that we could use, or several locations?
We have a few locations that we're looking at. And it would not require much to prepare those locations currently.
And that would be a cost outside of the district, like renting the building. That's actually a school facility.
It is a school facility. And we would be the third district that I know of in New Mexico that would be offering a daycare to their employees. Rio Rancho has one, and that's where we went to visit it. This happened earlier on in the school year. Santa Fe opened up when the school year, and so we would be possibly the third. I don't know of any other ones in New Mexico, any other school districts.
President, Dr. Elder. Since these supervisors, I was led to believe that we have a shortage of classrooms for pre-K. Okay. Is that true?
Mr. Huron, we do have a shortage of classrooms for pre-K at specific schools.
Yes.
Which is why we're looking at the pre-K center for Peralta Elementary. And I'm going to let Chief Chavez take it from there.
So we actually don't have a shortage of pre-K programs. We have a shortage of space to meet the requirements to have pre-K programs. So when you look at our school sites, pre-K, again, as well as the daycare, we have very specific requirements we have to follow as far as square footage. They have to have a bathroom.
So my question is, we have, some of the schools have shortages on that space. Are we going to be competing for space in those schools with this?
This will not be at a school site, the daycare.
And I guess you'll keep us posted.
I will.
Just one.
Yes, go ahead.
This is only open to Los Lunas staff. Children.
Correct.
Okay.
To start.
How do we do that?
We would have to go through an application process to start, and our hope is, eventually this would grow so we could offer it to more employees. I know that other school districts, in doing the research, they offer between 40 to 60 spots a year for their employees, for their children.
And one more, the criteria again, income wise? You said it was 4 times,
It would be 400% above the poverty level for a family of 4.
which is $100,000.
About $110,000.
So that's the 400% though, right?
Correct.
Okay, I thought 400% on top of that, we don't have any.
No.
Okay,
So then they would qualify for the subsidy. So then the state would give us the daycare payment every month for that family.
And this wouldn't interfere with our before and after school programs, which are a separate whole entity for school age kids.
Correct.
And it wouldn't take any funding from that program.
No.
Thank you, Mrs. Chavez.
Thank
Good
you.
Information.
Thank you.
These items were for presentation only. No action is needed or warranted. Item number 15, if board members want to move forward, no breaks. All right, we're going to move forward. Item number 15 is presentation and approval of the district budget 2023-24. I believe that we do have a vote on this one, so go ahead and come on up, Ms. Tracy. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Ms. Dr. Aldo, should I have had you do that? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Tracy, thank you.
President, members of the board, Superintendent, Dr. Elder. I am very happy to hopefully present the last budget presentation for the 2023-24 fiscal year. So in this presentation, I'd like to do an overview of some of the items that were mentioned in the prior workshops. I'll go over the proposed operational revenue. I now have the official 910B5 SEG calculation detail, the proposed operational expenditures and significant budget impacts and a few FYIs, and then discussion and question. Okay, part of the review, as mentioned before, our budget is due June 7th. And our initial unit value is $6,241.67, which is an increase of $719.17, which is quite large from the current year's final unit value, which is $5,522.50. The next one is the state equalization guarantee, or what we call the SEG, equals out to $104,776,136.75. That is changed from the other board presentations that I had before. So when we were waiting for the detail, the official 910B5, we found out they made a few changes. So luckily we didn't have the scheduled budget meeting we had before, scheduled for like May 9th. This is an increase of $18,406,053.83 from the current year's final SEG. Also in review, HB 533 has the employer insurance contribution increases from NMCA. And we had gone over that with the different levels now, 80% for up to 50,000 in wages, 70% for up to 60, and 60 and over 60%. And that is the district's share. Okay, the next for the operational revenue. So if you look at the largest one there, that SEG calculation, that's a number that has changed from the prior presentations that we had to the $104,776,136.75, which then has my total budget for operational revenue at $126 million. Boy, I need to look at my papers. I can't see it. $694,636.75. Okay, the next is our SEG calculation, and I know I get a lot of questions on how this is calculated, and a lot of this, these first 3 pages are actually pretty much the same as we have had in previous years. If you look at that, I know you can't really see it, but that green section is actually the student numbers, which is the average of the current year that we're in, our 80th and 120th day. So, so being that that green part represents the students, you know, you kind of wonder why you have like a 0.5. Well, it's because it's an average. So it was an odd number. And then when you look at the total there, it has like 0.75. And that is because in the pre-K area, those children go half days. So that's actually half of those numbers. And then added with the kindergarten, and that's how you get the 6.9.75 for the pre-K and kindergarten. And then the next section is from grade 1 to grade 12, which then when you look at the darker green has the total of the pre-K kindergarten, and then the 1 through 12. And that ends up being our total student average. The next, actually, if you can go back. To the right of that then has all those students numbers, and then you see the first column has factors. So what you'll see is like there's a higher factor for the pre-K and kindergarten students. So there's a higher points towards the units. It's like the higher factor gets multiplied by the number. And that happens for all the different grades. And you can kind of see the different factors, the different amounts that they get multiplied on. So as you can see, like the factor is larger in the pre-K and kindergarten versus say 12th grade. And then all of those, once they're multiplied together, become your total membership program units. Those units, then the next category is the staffing cost multiplier. And that adds some more, that gets multiplied, and then the units get added on that. And then you get your adjusted membership program units. Page 2, the next category is under the special education program. So it takes our special ed students numbers, and then it also adds in the ancillary services that we provide, ends up getting units for that. Those are also multiplied by a factor, and then you get your total special ed units. And that has gone up from the prior year. The next category is the bilingual program, and we have one school that has a 2-hour session for a bilingual program, and that gives us some units for that. So you can see that after the 2-hour program is entered, we get like 7.355 units for that. Then there's also the elementary fine arts program units that we receive. We also receive some elementary PE program units. And then there's an area for size adjustment and rural population. We don't have any of those units, so you can see those all just total up to 0, but it's part of the official 910B5, which goes out to all districts. Then the very bottom, we have the at-risk calculation. And so those provide units. Those are quite a few units. You can see if we get 1,314.844 units for that. Page 3. They have a calculation if you're expecting growth. We did not put anything for growth units on here because that's kind of a gamble. You wouldn't want to put growth units in there and then not grow and then have to reduce your revenue. The next section is National Board Certified Teachers. We have 9 National Board Certified Teachers, which gives us 13.5 units. Then there are some really small units for like homeschool and some charter school activities that we provide, which gives us a few like a 0.5 and another 0.5. And then there's something for a new district adjustment. We do not have a new district adjustment, so we do not receive any of those units, which then we now have a subtotal for program units of 14,938.956. So all of those units have been added up. But you see, they just keep adding up. And then page 4. Page 4 is the first part where we have something different than what we've seen in all the prior years. The first thing that you notice is that the ELT units have been removed. Those used to be in actual units that were added for K-5 and ELT. We participated in the ELT. We no longer have those units in there. Instead, they are part of the in the unit value and what we what we are, the next section that will go over the actual days that we have added to our calendar due to ELT, the old ELT. So that next category, we have the K-12 plus program tier 1. And you can see there is a 0.12 factor and the units total out to 955.65. Those are the units that we're receiving that go beyond the 180 days. So there is in tier 1, it is the category between 180 and 190. So we have 10 days of those days in the tier 1. The tier 2 is actually from 191 and up to 120 days max. And we have, since we have 191, we have 1 day in tier 1. So all of those program units get totaled together for a grand total program units of 12,022.035. That then gets multiplied by the initial unit value that we spoke about earlier, which is $6,241.67. Gives us a total program cost of $100,400,255.20. And that is our SEG, kind of like a subtotal. That is our normal SEG, what we would receive if we were not to add any of our clubs or summer school. So the next portion is the out of school time activities adjustment. So since when we sent in our calendar to the PED, we had let them know that we still plan to do club activities and summer school. And so this is where I had the greater amount of revenue initially on the initial presentations that has changed. Since then, when this came out, then they, the PED had decided for just the initial budget, they wanted to cap those days at, and I'm going to call them days, but they're really not like true days. I'm going to call them units, or so they're capping it at 6. We had it actually originally when I had gone through it, I had it budgeted for 14, but the initial is capped at 6. And then they were looking at, it came out so quick for them. So they'll be looking at that. And then they said those additional days could be barred in later after July 1st. So when we add in the 6 days that we plan to do for clubs, that gave us an additional $4,771,881.55. So that is now the 104 million. That is now our SEG dollar amount that I have budgeted in the revenue. And that's the SEG calculation. Okay, so next I have significant budget items. So just a few points on here, like we mentioned before, all employees will receive at least a 6% salary increase. And actually the actual amounts of the salary increases, we are still in bargaining. However, we are getting close to finishing that up, but at this point, bargaining has not been completed. Also, to remind you, the medical insurance rate has gone up. However, the percentage contribution changes have been made for medical and dental and disability. This employees that are participating in these activities, they're really benefiting the salaries that kind of range from the $25,000 to $60,000 range. And the estimated cost of this to the district is, we estimated about $1 million. I really kind of stressed the estimate because it really is kind of hard to estimate the reaction that this could cause on, what, you know, our employees going to change. You know, maybe more are going to start to start taking medical insurance because now the district is paying a higher percentage. That's to be seen. Next, HB 130, just talking about the K-12 plus program and defining instructional and professional hours, repeals the extended learning time units. And this, our certified calendar is still at 191 days for our school. We are not able to reduce the days that we've had in the past. The next category is the ERB. The ERB went up 1%. It has been added to just the district expense. So now it's at 18.15%, which in this budget has added $760,000. ERB has gone up quite a bit more than that because because of all the salary increases. However, if I was to take the salaries budgeted that I have budgeted right now and have them at this year's 17.15% versus 18%, that made a $760,000 difference. Property and liability insurance increase is at 7.73 on average to our district. It appears that we are going to increase by $290,000. And HB 27, the minimum salary for licensed educational assistants is going to be at $25,000 annually. And previously it was at $21,000 in the current school year that we're in. Okay, FYI, I added this slide just because I thought it might be nice for some of the things that are in this budget that for you to be aware of. And you probably mentioned this just in case anyone in the public hasn't seen a presentation, that the SB4 is to provide healthy school meals free to all students. HB 134, menstrual products provided to all students at no cost to the student. And that there's a new allocation. So every year we give the school sites allocations on their classroom supplies and nursing supplies and all that. We've added a new allocation for student travel expense. This is because our transportation costs, just continue to keep going up and up, which is making it harder for school sites to be able to afford, say, like to take kids to a school to a field trip. So hopefully by giving an allocation to each school site, they would be able to use this money, whichever way the principal feels would help in the increased cost in transportation for those items. So also in this budget, we have increased the SRO workforce by 1 FTE. And we have added over $300,000 in additional to the normal classroom supply that we normally give out to help reduce or hopefully eliminate classroom supply lists to parents. And hopefully that will help the teachers from being purchasing items on their own into their classroom. So I think this should help them quite a bit on the classroom supplies. Next is the operational expenditures by function. So you can see the largest one, the direct instruction, is at 54.87%, which is a little bit over half of our cost is going towards direct instruction. And then we have all the other most of these percentages are pretty close to what you see each year. Some change here and there. For instance, the 2100 function though does have a lot of the ancillaries and special ed costs that we have, and so since our special ed numbers went up, that went up slightly. And then also the transportation is kind of new to be up higher than it normally is. And that's because we are having to provide with the clubs, we will be providing we will have to provide transportation for the clubs, so. And then also for summer school. And with that, I am open to questions or discussion.
Thank you. All right, so, Mr. Vickers, I'll let you go first. You're ready to go.
Okay, on your page one, SEG calculation, grades 1 through 12, 7,359 students. It seemed to me that at one point we had 8,500 students in the district a few years ago. The guy that did the presentation on the bonds said our tax base increased by 6%. I just saw an article that said Los Lunas was the fastest growing city in the state between 2021, 2022. So what's going on here? Where are all these students that we used to have?
From what I've been told, a lot of these houses that are going up and all that, people aren't having kids as much, so. So a lot of these new homes that have been purchased or movement that we are seeing is movement within the area. And so no change in total the district. Just change of maybe where kids do go to the school. But from what I'm hearing, it's maybe the increase that we're seeing in movement here is not as much, it's more adults than students.
And I don't know if you can answer this, you probably can't, but I'm just wondering, are we losing students to homeschooling and private schools? Also?
I know we did, like during COVID, I know we lost quite a few to, homeschool, different school, online schools, and we are like, one of the presentations we had before, I didn't put that slide in there because it seems like I've done it so many times. But we are on the increase, but it's not as high as it has been in the past.
So I'm wondering, Dr. Elder, do we sort of do an exit survey when a student does not re-enroll? Do we try to contact them and figure out what'd you do, move to Texas or what?
We do.
So we know where they're going.
Yeah, we know where students go when they withdraw. We also know where students come from when they come in. And so we do run a monthly report that we look at that tells us where kids go, where they come from. I do want to address the enrollment issue over time. We're no different than any other district in our state or state in our country that saw decreases of enrollment during the COVID years. We were able last year to bring back a lot of students, over 300 students, when we opened the Digital Learning Academy. What that resulted in for us last year was we actually got growth units in our 910B5, which many districts didn't because they weren't able to recover those kids. So we recovered a big chunk of kids with starting the Digital Learning Academy, and that has continued to grow. So we are recovering some and we're retaining more.
The other question I had or comment I had on the menstrual products. Didn't we already provide that through the nurse's office? Wasn't that always available? I guess it's a long audience, but I'd like to ask legislature, why'd you do that? We already do that.
Yeah.
So.
We did, and we still will.
Right.
We'll just have it in the bathrooms also now. I mean, we have to, yeah, to be honest with you, I'm a little bit nervous about that program is.
And then I guess the other question, if they're mandated that, are they funding? Is there a line?
It's, yeah, and if there's not a line, and there's so many things that, everything when you hear, wow, the SEG went up, $719, but we also pulled out ELT units, we now need to provide that. What's that gonna mean to repair costs for things that happen where, kids.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Hito, questions? None? Mr. Smith? None? Mr. Bennett, none?
President,
Yes.
I did have one.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Madam President, for Dr. Elder. So last September, we saw a spike in students, athletes at one of the middle schools. And we're short on some equipment. What kind of procedures do we have in place, just in case we see, we can't predict the future, but if something like that happens again, or we're short on something, I remember when we saw a parent here probably a month and a half ago come tell us that they weren't being funded in FFA. And the reason they weren't being funded because it wasn't a money-making activity. That's what she said. I'm not, okay. When we're short on those kind of funding, how are we going to make sure that, because I know you guys, first of all, let me go backwards. I've heard from some of your staff that they're in shock and they're happy the way you guys have funded them. They've never been funded like this before. Well, thank you. Okay. How are we going to make sure in case we miss something? How are we going to fix it?
So, we have talked, I've spoke with Dr. Elder and we want to evaluate that there and, kind of actually until that parent kind of mentioned that and, I've been in the budget meetings and I kind of thought, okay, well, there's information I'm getting from, from the principals, letting me know what they need and, I think there's a disconnect from what parents or teachers versus what I'm hearing. And so now I think there needs to be a different path of communication and it needs to be reviewed better. And that's something we plan to do as soon as we can on this. Hopefully, there is extra money added in the areas in those all areas. There is a lot. If you look in at actual supplies, there has been stuff at dollars added, and that needs to be reviewed. So so it's just something we need to look into. I was kind of naive as to, I sit behind the desk, not quite aware of everything that people need. And I wasn't really, when I think FFA, I'm thinking, agriculture and animals that we're not providing. And so if it's just costs that they have for, competitions and stuff like that, I was not aware of the large expense like that. So it's really something we do need to make sure that the information does get to us and it needs to be reviewed more frequently. So I know that in the past we've got with some of like the directors, like say, for example, band and they're, every so often they can come in and discuss those kind of items and we can find out, what's gone up, what's necessary. So.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm open to hear, we can't, of course, we can't do everything, but sometimes your eyes, get opened to find out things that, you're unaware of. And so I'm going to try to do my best to find out and research everything on that.
And I do again want to thank you guys because some of these coaches have talked to me and said they appreciate the support they're getting now. Thank you guys.
All right, so gentlemen, I need a motion to accept the budget for 2023-24 operational. This is due June 7th, I believe you said, correct? So
Ms. Garcia.
yes, sir.
So first of all, I want to thank you and your staff for all the work that you did. It was amazing. So, and well presented, and we had questions throughout the process and you answered them perfectly. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the district budget for 2023-2024 fiscal year contingent upon PED approval.
I'll second it.
Mr. Smith has made the motion. Mr. Hidon has seconded. Any discussion, gentlemen? Not hearing anyone. Mr. Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And I too vote yes. The district budget for 2023 has been approved. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear you.
All right. So let's move on to item number 16 on the agenda, discussion and possible action to open the position for the superintendent of Los Angeles Schools. This was requested by Mr. Smith. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. So I still contend that this is an opportune time that we have before us to open the position for superintendent of schools. We do have a what are we calling it? It's a retreat coming up, and we have a board meeting on the 6th. What I would hope to see is that we can utilize a portion of our retreat to go over some of the specifics as far as qualifications and job description. Maybe we can spend some time doing that without too much trouble. And on the June 6th meeting, present what the qualifications and questions would be based on the vote that we're going to take right now. So I would like to make a motion that we open the position for the superintendent of Los Angeles Schools and task the board president with opening that. And we will discuss how we want to advertise it at the retreat and what services we want to utilize.
So a motion has been made by Mr. Smith that we work with the New Mexico School Board Association. Did you make that motion? Is that what you want me to?
Yes, same way we did it last
Want
time.
the president to work with them to open up and prepare a search plan for the approval of a superintendent permanent position. I got a motion. Can I get a second? I'll second the motion. Discussion, gentlemen. Discussion? Okay,
Madam President,
yes.
I took a minute to look at the board service, and I just like to follow up on Member Smith motion that he made. There is an opportunity in this moment to do a couple of things. If tonight the board allows Madam President to work with and reach out to the New Mexico School Boards Association, they may be able to meet with the board during the retreat specifically. What they do as part of their search is they develop a search plan timeline. They assist the board with identifying qualifications and setting out the entire plan for selection. And they would have to meet with the board or the individual, and then that plan, once it's created, comes back to the board for a vote. So you are at a good time frame in that if the board does authorize you or any other individual resident to reach out to MSBA, you could include them on the May 30th and 31st retreat. They need an hour or two to sit with the board, work through a plan. And then there would be a plan that could be presented to the board on June 6th for approval after start the process. I just wanted to point out that information in terms of how the NMSBA search service works. They will assign a consultant. It's based on who is next on the list. They have 5 consultants that they're working now that they rotate through. One of the consultants was Dr. Praker, but he's no longer serving as a consultant. And so it would be one of the other 5 individuals that they have in the superintendent search service that would be assigned And so if the board tonight votes to open the process and work with NMSBA, then the point would be for whoever's designated by the board to work with that assigned consultant to schedule when they would come in on the May retreat and what the package would look like when it gets presented to the board on in the June meeting.
Would the presentation with the New Mexico School Board, because we've already got our agenda for the most part already created, it's not a closed session.
Not
That's an open session, discussion that we would sit, and we could probably fit into that first day.
Talk about the time.
Right.
Where
The specifics of what we want. So tonight would just be directing them to come and talk to us and give us that information. Tonight's not necessarily opening it tonight. We're just, well,
that's right, the position could not technically be opened until there's a plan associated.
We're directing the board president to open the position and have the New Mexico School Board Association representative come to our retreat so we can work out on the particular.
Open. We will start or open, it's open now for application. So first open, the way I take your motion, Member Smith, is that you would commence the process of search. Opening the position means that it's actually posted and people are able to apply. That opening and people are actually able to apply could not occur until you have your whole plan put together.
Right. So I'm Mr. Garcia to contact and have them now present at our workshop, but I meant I asked for the discussion at the workshop, but if NMSBA shows up, that's probably even better, and that will streamline the process should it be passed today.
I don't think we need to amend the motion now that we understand what I'm doing.
We could clarify what the definition of open is.
So I will make the motion that we have the board president open the position and contact the New Mexico School Board Association to do a presentation at our work retreat to go over the particulars.
I'll second that amended motion. Okay, so with some clarity from council, we got a motion and a second. Any other discussion from board members?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Sure. I don't know, I just think this is premature. The work session was supposed to be a goal setting session in conjunction with Dr. Elder. Dr. Elder has already expressed, talk about procedures into the next school year, all that. So I think, we were about to start a process. Now we're aborting that process and going to start something else using the same retreat. And I just think we're moving faster than we need to, and we're, throwing the captain overboard and getting a new one before we're ready.
Clarify, Mr. Vickers, we're not aborting our original agenda. We still are going to do goal setting. We still are. We have a full agenda for goals, for what the mediator has put together, what Dr. Romero has put together for our discussion on a whole variety of issues that the board has to work on and work towards. So that item of the agendas have not been changed. There is a portion of time available on our agenda that would allow us to have this conversation with the New Mexico School Board Association also. There's just a allotted time that we can fit it in. So I don't want any board members to think that we're not going to go there and talk about goals and strategic planning and all that, because we are. None of that's changed. We're still doing that. If that helps, I don't know. I just want to clarify that. Done with your comments?
I am done with my.
Okay. Did any other board members go next? Mr. Bennett? Mr. Hidon. All right, so I have a motion and I have a second. This would be for the board to open the position for a superintendent and for myself to work with New Mexico School Board Association on the process and the plan, and to have a presentation done at our next board retreat. Mr. Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Bennett, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Smith, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. I will call New Mexico School Board Association this week and get started on making that arrangement for the presentation at our retreat. Now, I believe we're on the items for consent. All items on the agenda have been consented to except for 18K, approval of agreement between Las Lunas Schools and UNM Valencia campus to provide certificate in automotive technology at Valencia High School. This was brought for discussion by Mr. Vickers. Go ahead, Mr. Vickers. Well, yours, I guess we maybe have to get somebody up there, but.
Yeah, so I don't know if the person that coordinates these programs is available anymore, or did they leave?
She did leave, but we do have, interim chief academic officer Himes with us, that she can help us. And I think between the two of us, we can.
So the only reason I put it for comment is I think these are really horrific programs. We're combining our facilities with UNMVC and creating these certificate programs. And it's a really good partnership. And we have the other one, the personal care and nursing assistant one with the welding. And I think they're really great programs. And we need to publicize these and make sure that everybody knows that these are possibilities, and that's what we're using our facilities for, you know, to benefit our students with something beyond high school and the general public, because all of these are available for the public to attend also. So I think it's great. And I also think that in every area, we should be looking to do this in robotics and computer tech and all that kind of stuff. That this is something that I've been in favor of for a long time. Sport is vocational, educational things. So yes, just wanted to highlight that and for the audience of four.
Thank you, Mr. Vickers. Dr. Elder, did you want to add any information to that, or that?
I think that's very much in line with where we're going with wanting students to finish high school with the knowledge, skills, and attributes to pursue a path of their choice the day they walk out, the day they walk across the stage.
Madam President, may say, I think it also applies to people that are going to BC campus, not necessarily just high school students. So it's a two-way thing. So not necessarily just the high school students, but it's also the kids that are going to BC campus that come to our campus.
Exactly.
To get educated there.
And even just the general public, if they're interested in these programs, they can apply. So I think it's great.
Thank you, Mr. Vickers.
Ms. Garcia,
We made a motion to approve this agreement. Since I pulled it out of the consent area. I move that we approve 18K, the approval agreement between some of the schools in UNMVC campus to provide certificate in automotive technology at Valencia High School for school year 2023-24.
I'll second that.
So I got a motion by Mr. Vickers and I got a second by Mr. Bennett. Did you have a question, Mr. Smith?
I'll make a comment when I'm.
Okay, go ahead. We're in discussion.
Oh, so, and I noticed that it said at Valencia High School, and I'm not going to say whether we have it at Las Lunas High School, but I want to get to the point where we are offering all of these things at all of our schools. And I agree, this is a big deal to have everybody says college ready or career ready. I like to phrase it, and I saw this at the National School Board Convention, as life ready. I meant when you get across there, you can go somewhere. And this is some of the things that we've always wanted, and hopefully we can add wood shop and everything else. This will just be the start of it. So that's the only comment that I have.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Actually, under discussion, one other thought I had, I'm assuming this is the case. Los Lunas High School students are welcome to attend these programs too, even though they're at Valencia High School campus. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Without any more discussion, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Hudon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And I too vote yes. Approval of agreement between Los Angeles Schools and UNM to provide certificate program. The next item on consent that was open for discussion is going to be item K 18N. Approval of a MOU between Los Lunas Schools and Village of Los Lunas for summer recreation program. And this is requested for discussion by Mr. Smith. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that this is tremendous that we do this with the village and the county. Gives our kids something to do during the summer and keeps them from doing things that they probably shouldn't be doing. I just want to know what our commitment is as far as personnel goes and or facilities.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent, Dr. Elder. So actually, this is run by the Village of Los Lunas, and so we do just provide financial. However, if it was something that they wanted to use our gyms, then they can do have like a facility use agreement type of thing they could get with our Andy actually in maintenance. They get with him and so something could be used on that, but typically they're going to the movies, going swimming, stuff like that. So
when they're playing basketball and stuff, they're doing that at the park?
they would. I don't think I haven't really seen too much of the.
Right, I'm just,
basketball, but-
as far as our facilities go, though, because it used to be here, right?
Yeah, they could
Yeah.
use our facilities. However, they would still be run by the Village of Los
Okay,
Lunas.
so this is.
And then sometimes kids are employees there. Some of our students are able to be employed that way.
So this is just a monetary.
Correct.
Yes, this like Smith said, this is not ours, so we're not providing the transportation. That's, we're just
not
providing
providing,
facilities or.
this is actually run by the Village of Los Lunas, and we're just contributing to help them be able to offer those services to our students.
Mr. Smith, do you?
Sorry. I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 18N, approval of MOU between Los Lunas Schools and Village of Los Lunas and County of Valencia for the 2023 summer recreation program.
Got a motion by Mr. Smith. Can I get a second?
Second.
Mr. Vickers was quick on the draw, so we'll give it to Mr. Vickers for the second. Any discussion? Mr. Hudon, how do you vote? Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. The MOU between Los Lunas Schools, Village of Los Lunas and County of Valencia is approved for summer recreation. And next discussion is the approval of the MOU Western New Mexico University and Los Lunas Schools for a continuation of an agreement for student field experience. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
So, an asterisk, and forgive me, I probably should know this, but I don't know what student field experience is.
Student teaching,
Okay.
otherwise known as student.
I don't know. Should have wrote that for Mr. Smith. Is that what the asterisk meant?
Clarification, Mr. Smith. Okay, So can I get a motion?
19B, Western New Mexico University and Los Angeles Schools for continuation of agreement for student field services, i.e. student teaching.
I got a motion by Mr. Smith. Can I get a second?
Second.
Mr. Bennett will second that motion. Any discussion? I'll call for the vote. Mr. Hidon?
Yeah.
Mr. Vickers?
Yeah.
Mr. Bennett?
Yep.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
And I too vote yes. The approval of the MOU for Western New Mexico University is approved. That concludes our consent sheet items. Now we're on item 20 of the agenda for new business. Board members, are there any topics that you would like me to add to the agenda for our upcoming? Well, we got our upcoming work session, which is now going to be added. The New Mexico School Board Association superintendent search. Any other topics for that retreat or next month's meeting?
I'd like to have that one that was for the middle, but not till the 26th or whatever that was, not the 6th.
Okay, so for our regular meeting in
Yes.
June, which I think is the 20th.
20th, yes.
So metal detectors will be for informational purposes for Mr. Bennett on the 20th. Anybody else?
Garcia?
Yes.
So I would like to have an item titled discussion and action of steps forward and procedures for not opening, right? We already did that. The interview process.
For the procedures.
That's the word I had, procedure. Yeah.
That's the language you want?
That's exactly.
6. On the
Correct.
6th.
We'll do 6.
All right. Any other topics on the agenda? Not hearing any, of course, if any board members come up with something or have a suggestion, please reach out to me and let me know as soon as possible. At this time, we'll ask if there's announcement of meetings. This brings us to the announcement of meetings as allowed by the Open Meetings Act and the District Open Meetings Resolution. On occasion, a quorum of the board members attend the same function, including those held at school sites at the district level, as well as sports functions and end of year activities and graduations. Board members will refrain from discussing and or acting on Los Angeles School Board of Education issues on those settings. In addition, only official meetings are published, and if meetings are scheduled, they will be announced in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. The following is a list of the announcement of meetings. May 30th through 31st, the board superintendent retreat will be from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at the UNM Valencia Workforce Training Center on Huning Ranch East Loop in Los Lunas. This is for discussion purposes only. A quorum will be in attendance and no action will be taken. On June 1st through the 3rd at the Embassy Suites Hotel in Albuquerque, the New Mexico School Board Association will hold its 44th School Law Conference. A quorum will be in attendance, and that'll be at the Embassy Suites in Albuquerque on Woodward Place. On June 6th, the regular board meeting will be here at Central Office Boardroom at 6 p.m. And this is to address board policies and other items as needed. On June 13th, 2023 is our Finance Committee here in the Central Boardroom at 3 p.m. And on June 20th will be our next regular board meeting here at the Central Boardroom at 6 p.m. This leads to our adjournment of our meeting. And before I call for that adjournment, I do need to remind board members that there's probably a lot of documents that need to be signed because of our consent approvals. I don't know if that's all board members, but you have those documents ready. So please, before you leave the room, make sure that you sign any documents that require your signature. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved. Second.
I got Mr. Smith on the room, Mr. Bennett second. Any discussion, gentlemen? Mr. Hidon, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And I too vote yes. Meeting adjourned 10 o'clock.